Val Media Pinnacle Entertainment. More fire. Fuka fuka fuka.
Bili bili me Bili bili me Obimna tomo to bili bili Obimna tomo to bili bili Ifunanya maka Ifunanya maka Bili bili no bimo ije love to.
It was embedded in the Igbo cultural psyche that war in itself is not one that you conduct without cause, that you do not violate the sanctions that the Igbo established for themselves called U.S.A, the laws of the earth, that you don't violate it without cause. And to them, even when they enacted the laws of war, no war was fought on human land. War was fought at the boundaries. And Ebu Kata Madu, Ebu Madu 10 in an Igbo war, that was catastrophe. That was genocide as far as Igbo was concerned, because life was vital to the Igbo conscious of itself. And it was in that sense that Igbo actually recoiled from the events of July, September 1966, when the Igbo were massacred in a number that was unprecedented. The very act of that massacre was for the Igbo the meaning of the apocalypse, or the end of the world. Because in their mind, nothing like that has ever happened before, not since Amadi. They had not experienced that in living memory. The massacre of that number of people, for the Igbo, that was the end of the world, because it was unprecedented. And it led them to recoil from the nation that they built, or that they were conceiving to build. As a matter of fact, when the current generation of Igbo say Lugard built Nigeria, I said to them, you don't have an idea of your history. The Igbo built Nigeria. They shaped Nigeria. As a matter of fact, the hand that guided Lugard in his conception of the North Side Dantet was Nnamdi Azikwe's own father, who was his clerk, who was his representative in all the negotiations he was making. He was keeping records. Azikwe's father, Chukwemeka Azikwe himself, clerk to Lugard in the period. And it was after that that he was transferred to Calabar and then back to Lagos to the colonial office. But that's a different story. The point I'm making, in essence, is the Igbo are the catalysts for Nigeria. Without Igbo, there is no Nigeria, and everybody knows that. The crisis of Nigeria is the result of the fact that the Igbo have recoiled from Nigeria. The Igbo have said to themselves, Nigeria no longer matters. Until the Igbo returns spiritually to Nigeria, Nigeria would continue to pander to all kinds of spirits. There will be no modern Nigeria. There will be no great Nigeria. There will be no Nigeria without Igbo energy. And what do I mean by this? What most Igbo have not actually thought through, which is a tragedy, is A, how can a people endowed with so much research, human and material, be frightened of competition? The Hausa Fulani, a very minority wandering group. The two factors that are shaping the construct of Nigeria today are A, the conflict of culture between the culture of liberty and freedom, based on our Republican ethos, and the culture, the feudal and monarchical culture of our neighbors, that has this whole question of the pyramid, the hierarchies of power, the so-called Oga at the top mentality. It is the idea, or those two ideas, that are attempting to shape Nigeria, and there's a conflict. The Igbo, totally liberal, totally liberated, fiercely free, and extremely extremely desirous of freedom, do not subscribe to the mastery of order over the other. Our sense of justice makes it impossible for us to accept that there is any man who is our Lord and Master. The Igbo gave the modern world the idea of the Republic. All men are born free and equal. That's it. That's what Igbo told Jefferson in Virginia. That's what Igbo in Haiti told the French philosophers who began to be marveled by the sense of the Igbo idea of the world, and they began to talk about the rights of man, which, if you put clearly, the rights of man. Man is the center, the summum bonum of Igbo relationship with his society. And then it comes to us today that Biafra was fought and Biafra was lost. Okay, I'll qualify that. That Igbo have fought a war, but it was not a war. It was just one battle in a long series of wars that will have to happen if we are going to build a modern state. We just lost a firefight. We have not lost a war. The Igbo, in fact, did not commit to any loss in war. At the end of the Nigerian Civil War, what the Igbo agreed was that there was no victor, there was no vanquished. That's what Nigeria established. That's why we returned back to Nigeria. It's the covenant of the equal. And unless we emphasize this to Nigerians, that there is no record anywhere in the Nigerian archives where the Igbo signed a document of surrender, that we return to Nigeria on the principle that there is no victor, there's no vanquish, that we go back to the status quo and start again. Until we point this out to Nigeria, that it is the document of contract between the Igbo and the rest of Nigeria, we will not begin to make that debate yet. I really need to emphasize this point because that's the subject of my discussion today. Biafra is not lost, but the Biafra that we must begin to deal with today is what Ojukwu himself called the Biafra of the mind. That we carry in our spirits that agent of transformation that made the Igbo world the workshop of West Africa between 1967 and 1970. That made people, that startled people at the end of the war in 1970, whereas the rest of Nigeria was in a certain kind of dependent frenzy. Igbo land was rippling with activity, economic and productive activity. Igbo land gave Nigeria its first ever musical, modernity. Look, the boys that emerged at the end of the Civil War, playing music in town halls and rebuilding Igbo confidence. The people like, you have Up to the Sweet Breeze, all the musical stars you all know, who came out of that war, reflects the possibility of the Igbo. And that's the point that I'm also trying to make, that unless we, the Igbo, begin to reevaluate the whole question of our relationship between history, the history of what we think of as our loss, and the history of our current situation, unless we begin to really complicate and understand it, we will continue to be like the Israelites in the wilderness. That's one. And two, and it's a very important question, what can we do today, given the mood in Igbo land, the separatist mood amongst the new generation that have, as Prof. Okey said, not read the minutes of our last letters, the minutes of our last meetings? How do we tell them that you do not give up positions that you already acquired for a position that is uncertain? Nigeria is under the very, very, very government of the Igbo. The language that is spoken in Lagos today on the streets of Lagos is Igbo. The language that is spoken in Abuja on the streets of Abuja is Igbo. If you go to every major city in this Igbo language is a penetrative language. Look, we run the commerce of that country. We are located in all the strategic places of that country, coast to coast, from the Sahel to the coast. Why do you want to shift that? That's the meaning of power. What we have to do, however, is to organize that power, to organize a structured mode of taking back our power in Nigeria. And we can't do this by plea. We can't do this by crying or by whining. We can't do this by having feet on the ground, by organizing ourselves. This is the fundamental point that I'm trying to raise today, that the crisis of Igbo is a crisis of identity. One, most people have forgotten what it means to be Igbo. And if you forget who you are in crisis. You cannot mount to anything. You are ripe fruit waiting to fall. Two, that the greatest security problem in Igbo is not Boko Haram, it is an alienated Igbo, an alienated young generation. And I'll tell you this, the battle that we are facing is the battle between Ezulu and Ezidemili in Chunachibe's out of God. While they were busy arguing about themselves, arguing who is prior, the Christians and the colonialists came in and without firing a shot, went to the most vulnerable amongst them and converted them. This is what's going to happen to us if we don't take time. While we are busy worrying about what to do with Igbo, the young Igbo are actually the most vulnerable Igbo, the most strategically vulnerable, because they have no jobs, they have no prospects. So imagine this: if Dan Tata and Boko Haram gives them jobs and money and life and livelihood, and you talk to them about Igbo, what do you think they'll say to you? They'll say Igbo Rakwashi, because somebody is paying their bills, somebody is giving them work, somebody is providing them security, somebody is giving them purpose. Unless we begin to talk in those terms, begin to reconsider the meaning of security, that security is about the well-being of the most vulnerable amongst us. Unless we begin to redirect our arguments towards the rebuilding of Igbo schools, the rebuilding of Igbo workshops, places of work, the rebuilding of purpose amongst our young generation, to make them believe once more that there is real meaning to being Igbo, to show them what it means once more to be Igbo. Unless we do that, they will be our Achilles heels. They will be the ones to bring in Boko Haram through the bushes to settle amongst us and dilute whoever we are. That's what the Christians did to us, and we have not learned the lesson of the early 20th century. Therefore, when we talk about Biafra, and we do talk about Biafra as if Biafra is one kind of cocaine that we have smoked. Biafra is not cocaine. Only, you don't get addicted to it. There is a certain pragmatism that we need to adopt to understand that Biafra was a particular moment that needed to be dealt with, that we need to reconfigure in the 21st century the meaning of Biafra. And our 21st century confronts us with three basic issues: Igbo security, Igbo economic development, Igbo cultural autonomy. Because without this, without the restoration of Igbo cultural autonomy, Igbo security that is based on the human element, and an economic sense that talks about the Igbo as the core, that we can build an Igbo, be in fact an oasis of prosperity from which contemporary West Africa can be shaped. Unless we begin to talk in those terms, we will be missing the boat. I don't know if I've made any points yet, but let me quickly summarize what I have argued, or what I've tried to put across here. What is this? That the Igbo were traumatized by a history of a particular war, and that has to be expected. That since the era of Amadi, we had never witnessed the kind of catastrophe that was reflected in the massacre of the Igbo. And the question is, why did it happen? Why did the Igbo not defend themselves where they were? Why, when the Igbo then chose to do Biafra and we lost the war, what did the old Igbo accept? The old Igbo accepted that we did not lose the war. The argument was that there was no victor, no Igbo did not lose the war, and that's our contract with Nigeria. We must push that contract. But the only way we can push that contract is by organizing ourselves to say, if you do not, we will do this. Okay? And then the final issue that I raised today is that security is not about Oba or isolation. Security is about taking care of the most vulnerable amongst you, because if you don't take care of those, they will be your Achilles heels. The young Igbo who are today fighting for Biafra will quickly turn if some other person gives them a higher purpose. And it is that higher purpose that we, the Igbo, must begin to discuss. Otherwise, we'll miss the point. We will be building. We will not have learned any lesson in the story that Achebe left for us about Ezi Demili and Ezolu, who were arguing about who was more important, who was prior, and how to organize. But underneath them, something else was happening. I salute you, my people, and I hope that today we will be able to use this moment to recalibrate and establish some kind of direction in our discussion of Igbo and its future with or without Biafra. Ndewo.
I think we should give you a round of applause for that presentation.
Great job.
That's very insightful. And on the chat, people are already making comments on the presentation. So in the interest of time, I know there's a lot of questions that we all have. Everybody that logged in here must have one or two questions to ask. But in the interest of time, I think we should go straight to the next presentation. And then after that, we can have the interactive session where we can now start discussing issues specifically and ask questions or bring up suggestions or opinions that we might have individually.
Okay, before I take a bow, if you want to come out I'm in the government college in my hair and I like my whiskey.
Obi, I take it your wife is not there. When you're in a lady, I know whiskey.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Ndibe, you might as well just pick up and continue from there.
Yes.
I know.
I know.
So my name is Okey Ndibe. I'm from Amuabia in Okey South local government area of Anambra State. I am a writer. I was a columnist with Nwakanma. I actually preceded him as a columnist, but I retired from writing a regular column in 2017. I wrote a column in the Guardian newspaper in Nigeria, for the Sun newspaper, and the columns were widely circulated. Can you hear me well, by the way? Am I loud enough?
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Oh,
and Igwe, please mute the audience if you may.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I've been busy doing that as we speak.
Good. So I'm a novelist as well. I have 2 novels. I have a memoir and just finished working on another novel. I've been a visiting professor at different universities, including Brown University, where I co-taught with the great Nigerian writer, Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe actually invited me to America to be the founding editor of a magazine that he and Professor Bat Nnaji co-founded in 1988. So that's when I came to this country, December of 1988. And So I've taught, as I said, at different universities and colleges in this country, and also in Nigeria, the University of Lagos, as a Fulbright professor. Nwakanma is a dear friend, and he and I were supposed to have a conversation. He called me about a week ago, but it's been crazy in these COVID times when you're supposed to have a lot of time, but actually you don't have much time. So we didn't talk about what he was going to get into and what I was going to get into. So he's covered a lot of the grounds that I was going to get into. So I'm going to sort of skirt around some of the subject. I wanted to speak particularly about what I call the cultural crisis among our people. I'm still going to talk about it, but Obi spoke about it and, you know, called it aptly the crisis of identity. I wanted to sort of segue into this talk by referencing his Amadi trope. And I'm going to bring it closer to our recent history by going again to Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, where we encounter where we encounter Okonkwo. And I think that the most damning thing that Achebe says about Okonkwo is that Okonkwo was a man of action, not a man of thought. So that's important for our people to understand, because I think there's a particular impatience amongst our people with talking, with ideas. And so people tell you, oh, the time for talking is past, we need time for action. But Achebe instructs us through the example of Okonkwo, who commits a number of precipitate actions that ultimately lead to both his personal doom as well as the tragedy of his larger community. Instructs us that when we act without proper thinking through of what our action means and indeed how to act, that certain doom awaits us. So that's very important. I also would like to talk about what I call the Biafran ghost that haunts Nigeria. And I've said in several columns as well as several fora that Nigeria's maldevelopment, Nigeria's crisis of development is rooted in Nigeria's refusal to come to terms with what Biafra meant. So Biafra is a straight contradiction for Nigeria. Here is a country where a section of its community felt justifiably justifiably treated abominably. And this community said, we want out. We want to form our own separate community. The rest of Nigeria said, no, it's not going to happen. A 30-month war ensued in which anything from 2 to perhaps more than 3 million people perished. At the end of which we said, there is no victor and no vanquished. And as Nigeria is making this proclamation, is declaring that the property that the Biafrans had left in parts of Nigeria other than their own areas of origination, that property was considered abandoned. Okay, so you say you must come back to Nigeria, but as you come back, we're going to declare that your property is abandoned, so it's not going to come back to you. They then decided that regardless of the level of resources that you had before the war, you were going to get only 20 pounds. So if you were a millionaire, you were reduced to 20 pounds. Then over the decades since the end of the war, the Nigerian government has pursued a policy of absolute denudation of the southeastern part of the country, the part of the country that coincided with Biafra, so that there are no meaningful federal projects in the southeast, and certainly no serious military installations in the southeast. And in a country where the Igbo are clearly, if you look at the statistics for kids who go get into JAM, where the Igbo account for most of the demographics for higher education in Nigeria, you find that if you pick up any newspaper on any given day and you look at appointments, and this is not just under Buhari's regime, which has been particularly atrocious on this question, but indeed before, you'll find frequently that there is an absence of Igbo names and of names from the broader southeastern Nigeria. So Nigeria invested the lives of 3 million people in an argument that insists that to keep Nigeria one is a tax that must be done, which was one of the, which was the central lingo really of the Gowan government during the war, that to keep Nigeria one is a tax that must be done. To which Wole Soyinka responded that to keep Nigeria one, justice must be done. So at the end of that war, a war that was precipitated by injustice, fought on a particularly callous basis with the starvation. Remember that of the 3 million people who died, most of them were civilians, and most of them were women and children. So these were not soldiers who died. So this was a callous policy that decimated innocent people. And then at the end of it, Nigeria presumes itself to be one country, but has since then, and before then actually, pursued a policy where it was clear that we were not one country. It was clear that the Igbo are told every day to prove their good faith, when this question should not arise, because as Obi said rightly, that the Igbo's investment in Nigeria, our spiritual investment, our moral and financial investment in Nigeria should not be up for question. It is clear. It is so axiomatic that people say if you go to any part of Nigeria, indeed any part of the world, and you don't find an Igbo person, perhaps you should run quickly because it's not a particularly habitable place. So we find, therefore, Nigeria staging a policy that I call, that has created a contradiction. And it is because of the Nigerian contradiction, it is because of Nigeria's failure, refusal to deal with Biafra, the question of Biafra, and to deal with it in a very just and honest way. That's what gave rise to Odi massacre, the massacre of the Odi people. That's what gave rise to the struggle of the Niger Delta people for what they call resource control. Incidentally, of course, during Biafra, some of them were ambivalent in the Niger Delta. Some of them were ambivalent about Biafra in the Middle Belt. But since they have come to find out that the same ideas that the Igbo saw in the 1960s, that same pathology is playing itself out in Nigeria today, which is why you find all these agitations from different parts of the country, from the Yoruba, from the Niger Delta, from the Middle Belt, this quest for self-determination. So the same way that the Odi massacre happened was what happened in Zango Kataf, okay? And these things could happen precisely because the tragedy that was the Biafran slaughter, the Biafran genocide, was not addressed by Nigeria in any way. So the questions that we have to ask in Nigeria is, what is the cost of that war that we fought? What is the real cost? What does it mean that 3 million people perished in pursuit of an idea, the idea of one Nigeria, at a time when the people who were pushing this idea did not believe in the idea of one Nigeria and still do not believe in the idea of one Nigeria today, okay? So why was it that we fought this war? Why was it that Nigeria tried and that the rest of the world, actually the superpowers in the world, stood solidly behind Nigeria to ensure that Nigeria remained one corporate entity? But there is a hollowness, an essential hollowness. I remember during one of my first interviews with Chinua Achebe as a young journalist, that Achebe said to me that Nigeria as a nation has not been founded. Nigeria as a nation has not been founded, he said. And I think that what Achebe said to me in the early 80s is actually more true today. So that instead of a progression toward a dynamic formation of a Nigerian state, that what we're doing is to move in the other direction, that Nigeria witnesses rapid and dramatic denudation of a national will and spirit, rather than a strengthening and vitalization of such a spirit. Wole Soyinka in the 1990s gave a lecture at Harvard University where he said that this space, referring to the space of Nigeria, has no nation in it. So Nigeria is an artificial space, which is something that I was said, that Nigeria is an artificial expression. Nigeria is an artificial space that has no nation, no national spirit inhabiting it. So for me, the question becomes, what do we do with this? Since we're talking about Igbo Solidarity movement, and since the central object of the group is to honor the dead from our war, I think that it is important to underscore that we have not told the story of the war. A few years ago, I happened to be close to a Nigerian governor in one of the southeastern states. And I said to him that we needed to get an oral history of the men who fought in Biafra, that if they were in certain societies, that they would write their histories. And I said that such histories were important. So I said, could you make funds available to a Department of History, whose students would then make it a project to farm out into the different nooks and crannies of the Southeast, as well as other parts of Nigeria, to identify these men who did heroic things, who held up Nigeria with their bare hands sometimes. Could we tell their stories and record those stories in digital form? I'm ashamed to say that this governor did not understand the import of what I was saying. So we have not done our duties by our dead people, those people who sacrifice themselves. Some of them, in fact, a cousin of mine went to Gabon and told me that there are still lots of young people who were flown out to Gabon during the war, who lost all contacts with their families. And so in a lot of ways, they became, they're lost, is what it is. So we haven't even tried to say, who are these people, our sons and daughters, who were taken out outside of Biafra during the war? How can we, through such technology as DNA and so on, how can we bring them back and find where the families that they belong to? Because of course, we also know that there are families that are looking for their lost ones, but we haven't made all those gestures to reconnect with our history. And for me, that's something really sad. But to talk about cultural crisis, I go back to Nigeria, and I go to Enugu. And there are Igbo sons and daughters born in Enugu or born in Onitsha who do not speak Igbo language. Okay? And I met a woman with her children. And I said to the children, Kekunume. And their mother said to me, they know they hear Igbo. And I said, you and your husband are Igbo, you live in Igbo land, and your children do not understand Igbo. And she was saying it proudly. And you can see that perhaps during the Christmas holidays, she would take her children back to the village to go and show village kids that my children don't speak Igbo, they speak English. So I said to her, but what do your children speak? She said, then they speak English. I said, no, they don't speak English. They were speaking Pidgin. But that's the tragedy. The crisis of identity that my brother, Nwakanma, talked about. It is so deep, this crisis, that we must begin to address it, and to address it from different prongs, not just from different directions. I have become, some years ago, I was teaching at a college, and they said, is there some fun class you would like to teach? And I knew the magic, the enchantment of listening to the beautiful folk tales that my parents and uncles and aunts told us when we were growing up. So I said, I'd like to teach a course in African folk tales. And it became a record-breaking course because there was such a long waiting list of students who wanted to get into my class. There wasn't enough room to bring in the students. But what shocked me was that I went home to Nigeria and I said to my mother, I said, Mama, Lutem, remind me of these stories that you used to tell us, folk tales. And she said, my son, I've forgotten them. Then she sent me to an elderly woman. She said she will remember. I went to that woman. She said, I've forgotten. Then the woman sent me to somebody else. Everybody had forgotten the stories they told us. And part of it is that everybody was watching television, watching toxic stuff on television. And they forgot. And so luckily for me, I was so enchanted that I knew some of those stories and I was able to run the class. But our children no longer know these stories. And these stories are repositories of a particular kind of wisdom, the wisdom fashioned by our ancestors. Well, I didn't want to speak at length because, it's a conversation and I know that a lot of people are waiting to get in. But I just want to touch on two other points quickly. One is that as Obi, and I think I understood what Obi was talking about, the idea of Biafra. So the going lingo is, of course, that Nigeria is a zoo. And my response has always been, yes, it's without question. Nigeria is a zoo. Nigeria is a failed state. There's no question about it. But I also remind people that all of us, including Igbo leaders, have contributed in creating that zoo. And I also remind people that there are many people in all parts of Nigeria who want to unzoo themselves. Okay? So the question I always pose is, are there ways for us to strike interregional collaboration, to collaborate with the elements in other parts of the country of Nigeria who want a different kind of Nigeria? During the last election, I happened to be home in Nigeria just before the elections to bury my mother. And then I used the opportunity to start talking to everybody who came to me. I said, who are you going to vote for? Some people will say Buhari, and some will say to me, Atiku. I said to them, how about Kingsley Moghalu? And they'll say, he doesn't have what it takes. I said, what does it take? He doesn't have the structures, they would tell me. So I'll tell them, I said, listen, become his structure. I said, we all send all these useless videos to hundreds of people on WhatsApp. I said, why don't you write a statement to 10 of your friends and you tell them, I'm pledging to vote for Kingsley Moghalu because he's the best candidate, not because he's Igbo, but because he's the best candidate. And you say to them, I don't want you to make excuses. Just you, each of you receiving this message, make a commitment to vote for him and then send the same message to 10 of your friends and tell them to do the same thing. We had an election where Buhari is assigned, because there was no election really, they assigned numbers. Buhari is assigned 13 or so million votes. Atiku is assigned maybe 11 million votes. And Kingsley Moghalu is assigned 200 or so thousand votes. That tells you the story of our country. It tells you part of the story of this space that we call Nigeria. But, so let's talk about regional integration. Nigeria is not invested in the Southeast. It's not invested. In fact, Nigeria is still at war, if you like, with the Southeast. But because Nigeria is at war with the Southeast, Nigeria is at war with itself. Because until Nigeria learns, until Nigeria unleashes, until Nigeria unshackles, if you like, the Southeast, Nigeria is going to remain the mess, the tragedy, the quote-unquote zoo that it is. But then we must ask ourselves, how have our own people, our own governors fared? Has anybody stopped the Southeastern governors from coming together, from cooperating, from aligning to work on a common communications grid, to work on transportation grids, to work on the power sector needs of the Southeast and so on? I don't think anybody has stopped them. And I'm going to close quickly. Again, let me return to culture. Last year, I happened to be in Nigeria, and I met again with a governor of the Southeast. I won't name them because the stories are not flattering. And I said to him, I said that there are 2 or 3 major literary festivals that happen in the Southwest. There's a major one that happens in Kaduna. I said, how about you start a literary festival in the Southeast, involve the Southeastern governors, your colleagues, perhaps rotate this, and if the cost of it will be prohibitive for your state. So rotate the literary festivals, bring in writers, begin to institute again in the minds of our young people that education is important. I'm sure that all of you have seen a video where there's a child who mocks the idea of going to school and who talks about no boutique, and our people say na akunesio bike, and to some extent that is true, but really where it matters, or amamife nesio bike, amamife. Bill Gates is important in the world, not because of the billions that he has, but because of the idea that he came out with that has revolutionized the world. Zuckerberg is important, not because he has billions, but because he created a new way that people communicate in the world, and so on and so forth. So we must focus not on money, but on ideas. Dalon.
Okay. Ndewo, Professor Ndibe. Please, can we Ndewo. That was a very good presentation. Before we go to the interactive session, the question and answer session, I would like to point out, if you need to ask a question, you can go on the chat and just indicate that you are interested in asking a question or making a comment. And we have to make it brief because of time. But before we get to that section, Odurumanya that Omurofodu Nimai Ndiluro Ogu Biafra. Some of us are still, some of the Biafran heroes are still alive, and I believe some of them might be here on this conference call. And it is important that we acknowledge them if we can. I think I would like to, I don't know if Charley Chikezie is available. If you can handle this part for us, I'll appreciate that. There, Charley.
Yeah, thank you, Nkem. Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
yeah.
Please, if you can handle this part for us, I'll appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you. And Biko umunnem no munnam, I thank you very much for honoring our invitation. There are quite a lot of things going on today. As Nkem said, this Igbo Remembrance Day / Biafra Memorial is something we've been doing since 2017. And when I invited my two personal friends, Okey Ndibe and Nwakanma, usually when I invite Obi to an event, you know, he tells me that he has no option but to comply, because if not, I will give him runs. And what he means by that is in Government College Umuahia, we say obey before complain. so I get to enjoy that privilege, and I see that a lot of my Umuahia brothers here, including class of 72, class of 65, as a matter of fact, and a whole bunch of other people. I know that, as Nkem correctly pointed out, my boss, when he was the chairman of World Igbo Congress, I was his secretary general for 2 terms. Chibuzon Uchekwa is on the line. And of course, if it ever gets a veteran as he gets in terms of the Biafran War, Chibuzon Uchekwa is as good as he gets, including also Chief Austin Egwuonwu, also the second and the former chairman of World Igbo Congress.
Is Egwuonwu here?
I don't know if he dialed in. I know he's in Nigeria. He was grappling with technical challenges.
Yes.
But I don't know. I checked when I checked the waiting room. I didn't really see his number. So, Biko, what I will do at this point, and I will, along the lines of honoring our Biafran veterans, Biko, Nkem, everybody's still on mute?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because unmute Ichi Onwuchekwa if you could. Let me see.
Is it C Onwuche?
Yes, that's him. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Unmute him. Let's start with him. My boss, I salute you.
He's on.
I know he had given me a query. At some point, we are like at this.
Because you know, I know enough about this. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, I know.
Oh, okay. Like, you know, I know enough about this technology thing to be dangerous. When Ndibe came in, I know I've met him a number of places, even in Canada and stuff
we met in Canada, yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, brothers, you know, this is something that is really, when I was invited to this forum, I said, well, what else do I need to hear that I haven't had before? But I'm really very, very much inspired. You know, I haven't seen Nwakanma be this passionate. Not about Ndibe, because to me, you have Ndibe ideas, and these ideas, I think, all the more as all the more that this diaspora. I don't know what the solution could be, but maybe eventually these ideas could be put together and be drummed into some of our leaders back home, that maybe to start to have an impact. I was hoping that the president of our nation will be able to call in, but it's very late in Nigeria. There may be another time that I may have to bring some of these luminaries and here. Bikonu, this is idea. Like everybody said, without Ndibe, I don't even think they'll be African, let alone just Nigeria. Because I'm very, very motivated. Yes, I served in the Biafran army because when I came out of secondary school in 1965, there was no other place to go other than the School of Infantry. At the end of the war, I served as, I was last company commander for Nsukka Strike Force, Biafra. You know, that's where I served. So,
Dalo, we thank you for your service.
I cannot say other than God hasn't finished with me yet.
Yes.
I don't know how I survived the war.
God is not in a hurry.
I salute all of you. There was something that Nwakanma wrote sometime about, I think his father or his uncle or something. I had wanted to respond to that thing now in my own way, but I was getting into a lot of Kabbalistic aspect of things. At a point, I said, no, let me not. But maybe I will develop more interest and maybe get to talk with this brother. I'm really impressed. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Because before I recognize the next veteran, I would like to make a few comments on Chief Nyanwodo. I spoke with Chief Nyanwodo 2 days ago after I initially invited him. As Ichionwu Chekwa said, Nia is very busy. That's just the bottom line. As a matter of fact, I was surprised when he agreed that he would, call in. As a matter of not considering, my first, of course, difficulty in the invitation was at a time, which is 1 a.m. their time. Yeah, when I went, Johnny asked him, listen, 1 a.m. is beginning for us here because the struggle is a continuum. It really doesn't matter the time. I will log in, except, and he said that, he said, absent any other unforeseen circumstances that makes it difficult or impossible for me to log in. So, and as of today, we exchanged when I called him today, he was on a meeting, as a matter of fact, and he couldn't really speak. So, he clearly, as a matter of fact, in most forum, I circulated a letter that Dangote's staff sent to him, a personal letter that was sent to him on this herdsmen issue. He sent it to me to circulate on different fora, which I did. So, because as the chair said, 2 out of 3 is still a major strikeout. And also with the passion that these gentlemen have spoken. Having said that, because at this point, I want to recognize my big brother, a class of 1965, Government College Onumarah, Charley Moka from Chicago. Saeed. Okay, because unmute Moka.
Okay.
And Humphrey, by the way, before he does that, Humphrey, did Ken call in?
No.
Okay. It's Moka. You can hear that.
Okay.
He's good. He's unmuted.
Okay. I'm in the morning session, WIC. Now, this one. Only man name even Igbo himne. But even the all this kind of Igbo and 2 and I'm second citizen. They need £20 now they own Nigeria. Ndibe, my good friend, my young brother, Nwakanma, they could do everything. I didn't need to be Makandibo.
Are you on?
And even you can 90.
We're hearing you.
No, okay, because don't get mercy. So, and we're my friend. Money and School of Infantry, no. Actually, I be the new humor. In the general School of Infantry, I need to see humor. You see, can see before you go. We met at Arizona, the hotel, in the officers' age. Even the Kunya, after the war, after the man, if one has a kitabu, each year, I did a waka a jog. You join a CS, now I work a jog on peace. I am a bazaka jog again. And no gain young would do be an Chicago. I told me I do. See, and I'm at Beru and Hosa. If you find needy, because in the Fulani, they think for a long time. One is in the planning. You were indeed. Fatini Kefanami. And years ahead, Nafagi went Nigeria. And they did that. Instead of getting by name, I had a market job. It might take time, capital now. Because if I need the guitar, 2013, 2023, no matter what we are doing now, one of the sessions, no. Open and I cast Nigeria as far as I'm concerned. If you're in Lagos, I am almost 40% worry. 60%. Kaduna 50%, Abuja 70%. And you know, we're everywhere. Gedi femezin bụ na anyị na-atụ egwu ndị erughị 6 million. So na ọ bụ na anyị ga-ejide aka kwadobe wepụta ofu onye for 2023. That's my own plan. Abịa na Ọnịcha, ndị Igbo jikọọ na ọsụkwa ebe na masọb, no matter what you are. Akpa anya akpa, ndị Yoruba ewetego Tinubu. I don't care what you say about it. Feti ego. Ndị Hausa ma abụrụ na this one. You don't ga-eweta ga-fight ndị a. So I ga-eji nwayọ eweta onye a. Ife osoko na-ekwu, ịbịa na Ọnịcha na-ekwu maka ya, ịbịa na Aba na-ekwu maka ya, ịbịa na Enugu na-ekwu maka ya, ịbịa na Lagos na-ekwu maka ya. Because I see ka abịa nye anyị that in n'aka na onwe ebe anyị ji azụ eje. Onwe some people na ha ga-eje yọọ Buhari. After this, go where ife na-enye onye Igbo. Ọ bụrụ ka anyị si eme, you either get it or you lose it. Because ife na-ekwu ife a, let us think about being on top. Ndị Igbo abụrụ second fiddle. Daalụ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Because on any other Biafran veteran in the audience, you can
yes,
okay.
Yes. When Innocent Ukabam.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to unmute him now. He's a veteran for Biafran Air Force.
Okay.
So.
Ndibe because can ndị kpọkụnala anyị na mgbede a kene Professor Sobi Nwakanma na Emeka Ndibe, Okey Ndibe, sorry. Just like the host said, I'm a veteran of the Biafran Air Force. Mbosi Uli Airport da ka Biafra kwụsịrị ịnụ ọgụ. Anyị dị mmadụ abụọ hapụ the control tower and Uli Airport last. Innocent Ukaba na Eugene Ndimele. Anyị nwa n'onye ọgụ. Kịta anyị na-enezi anyị anya, anyị awụrụgo okenye. And even at the end of that war, Mona Eugene Ndimele, I was teenagers. Odinka ihe ji anyị kịta bụ na anyị nwere ozi otu obi. Mgbe anyị nọ na Biafra, even before agha ebido, onye ọbụla nọ here dị old enough ga-ama na ekwura Igbo kwen, ndị Igbo ekwekọta. And ekwu onye abụ Igbo kwen, mmadụ niile na-ekwe, mana ọ bụrụ mmadụ niile na-decide ihe a na-eme. Enwe ndị na-decide due to na ha na-represent the common interest. Our problem today, when I enwezi a lot of people represent our common interest. And a lot of people represent disparate and sometimes conflicting interests. So on a to come together. My question to Obi na Professor Ndibe, kedu ka ị ga-esi wekonokwa onwe anyị ọnụ back to the days of Nnamdi Azikiwe na Okechukwu Ikejiani na Nwafọ Izu na K.O. Mbadiwe. Those Argonauts, ndị bịachara America wee na-anụ ụlọ wee help strengthen Igbo Union. I wee rụọ secondary schools in all communities. We make ka ndị Igbo nwee a pride of place na Nigeria. Over 1 million people, a few people, visionaries, activists. KEYNOTE bring it back those days. Makana these days I with too many mouthpieces, too many constituencies. And then Kenya will take a channel and then the so-called governors are not with us. So I hand over to the professor. So where idea on inyai kununyai dalun.
Thank you, sir. Obi, I guess Obi, you can start.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Ndibe kenem again. Dr. Kabam, Badikizo kenemgo. Everybody. Can you hear me? And I'm my Ogacha smoker. You know, all these men kick me in the bumsy and I start running. So I have to be careful what I do around them. You know, but I will do something. First of all, Che, actually, my uncle was commander of the strike force under Nwakanma's brigade, the last bastion of Jukus. I mean, he retired. Nat, you may know him. He retired as a professor at Futo. Many of you old and young veterans of Biafra have not actually received the kind of due that you deserve. And the problem is because our people ended the war without doing one crucial thing that every people who fight wars do. They did not you are not debriefed. You are not properly debriefed. You finished and went back to schools or to labor, to everything. Nobody quietly debriefed you. And that's the problem in the Igbo today, that without that form of debriefing, memory is erased. People who fight wars erect memorial places for those who lose their lives and for those who did heroic things. Over the years, I had argued for many years, asking that every town union must erect in the city square, in the town square, in the front of the market, a memorial for those who fought the war and for those who died in the war, with a permanent light shining on that memorial. Let us have in the documents of our people, town by town, names of those who died in war, whether as active combatants or as victims of Koshoko, and those who fought in the war in all material places. Many of these people were child soldiers. And I also say that many of you who fought in this war, it doesn't matter what you do for as long as you're alive, please take a piece of paper and write down your experience, where you fought, your number, what you saw, and how you saw it.
Or just record it. Just record it, actually.
Keep it in your papers and hand it to your children and endow it to the Igbo Center of Memory. Because one of the things we need to do, one of the things I have been actually planning that we do, would to build what I call the Igbo archives in Owerri. The archive of Igbo memory. All letters, diaries, whether it's love letters or public letters written by Igbo in the public space or even in their private spaces, can be donated as documents to the Igbo archives for historical purposes. Let us not erase ourselves, because memory is crucial. And that's probably why we have a crisis of memories and identities today. One of the dangerous things that anybody does to themselves is to wipe themselves off the face of the earth. When you go and erase your heritage, you actually destroy yourself. There's nothing for the future to hang on to, and nothing of the past that can guide us. Today in Igbo, people have destroyed the shrines of ancestors and the sacred groves endowed by our people in honor of our gods, because Anagoka, You know, what they have never often imagined is that the sacred groves that Igbo built were ecological areas, were ecological preserved areas, because Igbo is an ecological culture, is a culture based on the preservation of nature. We built shrines in our public squares. Now, Igbo, what else? Market. That's how we did it. Those are the ways we built our societies. But those places have been either erased, and many of the shrines destroyed, many of the artifacts abandoned or looted. Okey's novel is about the loss of the Igbo archetype, the loss of Igbo artifact. One of Okey's novels is about the loss of Igbo artifact. When you lose your material culture, you lose your identity, you lose your memory, you lose yourself. One of the things that we need to do when we really get ourselves together is to reconstruct the shrines of our fathers, our sacred groves, and hand this back to our children and put it under what we call the Igbo Heritage Foundation. Every town must preserve its shrines, its sacred groves, and its ancestral places. We do not want to have to think about, all these questions in reverse. For instance, Ndị are not coming to look at skyscrapers. If you want tourists, they're not coming to look at skyscrapers. They will see it in Chicago. They are going to come to see your shrines, your sacred groves, the way you live as people, your architecture, or the bendy. If you don't have it, then you are not fit. You are a slave to the rest of the world. That's what people are trying to make themselves. People are trying to make themselves slaves by abandoning the language, the material culture, and the sacred rituals, period. That's one. The question that Tukabam asked is vital, and I've always, it's always been the source of worry for me. Part of the problem the Igbo is that they also have forgotten that unless you actually organize the Igbo around their authority system, that is the way they organize themselves, you'll be wasting your time. We have too many chairmen in our order. The Igbo don't have needs for chairmen. The Igbo organize in circles. And I was discussing this with Charley today. And if you want the Igbo to be part of anything, you must allow the Igbo to be actually a participant in the process. You must have a sense of his own or her own participation. And that's one of the crucial areas that we've missed. And I have also advocated, and I will elaborate upon this at some point, and I don't want to use this forum to elaborate on it, that the historical imperative for this generation is to restore the Igbo Union as our shadow power, our shadow authority. If we don't do it, then we're wasting our time. And the only way to do it is also to restore the town union governments, our elected town union governments, as the basis upon which we will organize at home and abroad. The proposals for that I will elaborate upon at some point, but we need to pay attention to this. The reason why the Igbo don't feel organized is that there is no buy-in. People talk about the Igbo. They talk about the Igbo from a distance, but they don't connect to the Igbo in their various units of social behavior in the communities. We are representing the Igbo. We have middlemen fantasies. We are almost as though we have bought the feudal cultures of our neighbors. We are now mediators between the Igbo and government. That's what they have done with ISIS. That's what our governors are. They are mediators. They are Oga at the top, and through them you reach the masses. The Igbo don't function in that way. If you want to deal with the Igbo, okay, so provide that ground around which you organize Igbo to discuss, to provide context, and they will follow you to the death. This is one. Two, if we want to reorganize Igbo, we also need to understand that unless you have complete control of those who govern you, you have no basis for demanding proper representation from them. I've made this point at some point. How many of us know who funds the elections of the people you call your governors? How many of us organize enough to know the backgrounds of these people you call your, because Hana Sibo, you think they are representing your interest? A man whose source of power you do not know, you don't control, and who has no obligation to you because you do not control the source of his power, cannot be obligated to you. Many of these guys are consular agents. They are funded from outside and imposed upon you. Why? Because, hey, the way Igbo used to do their things, and you gave shilling or penny or afu to the political process, to organizing the political process. Unless we create an Igbo political action fund by which we could quietly recruit, train, and deploy people who would run a public government, we will have no control over them, because those who have a lot of money from outside of Igbo land will continue to recruit their own agents as our governors. Even if they bear the same names, they have no obligations to us. This is crucial. So all the governors in Igbo, you do not know the sources of their power. You don't control it. And two, we also have no control over the people we send to the most fundamental place in the democratic system, the parliament. We send riffraff to our houses of assembly. If you do not get it right, if you don't establish a very strong parliamentary institution in Igbo, this democracy that we talk about won't have the benefits of it. It will constantly be a photo parliament, picture parliament. And nothing they will do will represent our people, because our people don't engage with them. And they don't engage with the people. They're sources of power outside of Igbo land. So in sum, and I'm sorry I'm taking too much of the time, but in sum, we need to exercise, we need to find means of exercising control over those we send to represent us. If we don't do that, if we don't somehow find means, like Ijele, we leave them alone, but so that if they act out, to draw them back. If we don't find the means to do that, we will not have effective representation in Igbo. They will always be consular agents, agents of those who want to colonize an Igbo, because that's exactly what they are today. As I also said, if you send a man to go and speak for you and you don't give him security, the security he gets is from outside of Igbo land, and you expect him to represent you, you must be drunk with that betashi, because that's not going to happen. It is the man who secures him that he listens to. You have no capacity to secure your people in government, and you expect them to go and speak for you. In the morning, what would you do? You will only raise your hands and say, we leave it to God. That's the problem that we currently have. We need to unite the people and their leaders must come from them. They would not have to depend on outside resources to make them the leaders of the people. That's what we need to do, first and foremost. And it starts from the communities.
Thank you. Because, Nkem?
Yes.
Yeah, because I know that there is a guy that has been raising up his hand, Kelechi Anebogo.
No, a list of the.
Okay, very good. Because there is another veteran that I also want to recognize. You see, Chie Bennett Opala from Houston. I don't know if you have his connection there.
Yeah.
Okay, you see, Chie Bennett Opala. I'm not sure.
I'm like on mute.
Yes.
I know, man. But I don't want to respond as
No. Make your comment. Okay.
Okay. Big on the buy and them, and you know that anytime I follow Ndibe, it becomes a duty for me Short in here, I'm in the middle of the social conscience of Ndibe na Houston. Sukuna Houston, whatever. Without that, under ex-president of IPC, under me, WIC was created. So, Ndibe, Agago Ije. I especially the minds collected here today. What a mom maybe don't go because your brain is so active. And Professor Ndibe, because anything on your own and thing I know, I think I am late. But I'm so much impressed. You know, we think Igbo, we breathe Igbo, we eat Igbo, and I'm a practical activist when it comes to Igbo. I've written books, but I'm an architect and a city planner by profession. Because Adam, as a son, or even in nice lover. I'm going to be a offer. They condemn no.
Oh, damn. You see here.
Nkem.
Okay, Nkem, go ahead, take it and run.
Okay, well now, I'm for doing this actually judge you my own actually equal. Number one on the list. Huh?
When you suggest if
Because go ahead.
I twice when I go by midnight and and I know from underlying presentation. So my thing is actually moderate. See, for instance, very short, no comments, nothing. Just draw specific juju related to the presentations. Like I take note of the I just say Malundeni do related Panaba answer. Unless a man on whatever I get, you know, I honestly I got no jideba midnight ago. I went up to Bruno and if I'm on a line Kali 70. And so
thank you, Professor Lassie.
But often you will lose some questions do related, imagine together, Jofa, then everyone I did
thank you.
Muabu Kalajina and I'm a veteran.
Nah, okay, Mazi Chere, so what you'll be recognized. Chere, Nkem?
Yeah.
Yeah, because here Professor Lassie Kuru, because let's proceed along those lines.
Kuru, them band make sense.
Yeah.
But because the questions have to be very short and brief and precise and to the point. So also the responses from the panelists. Manubua, I get Kalajina and Ibogo as a veteran, you get preference. You have the floor.
Yeah, because you appreciate how much I'm here.
Iba yekene munu.
Dalo.
Ava Kalajina and Ibogo. Otokam na mbata na nkata. Onye nyelu mo invitation abo Charley Moka. Mwabo Kalajina and Ibogo. Anom na Biafran Navy, the Marines actually. So now the fighting arm of the Biafran Muwana we operate with our base Nuguta. Odigo Kogadi. When did you how we can fix some of these things, problems in the Igbo way. And Abambia, man, the one important thing I remember, first of all, I recognize veterans. Some people are making my school, then this Memorial Grammar School on it. I'm a cenotaph for all old boys who died during the war. So that's the first thing I met. I never recognize it because we had this institution at school where some people were trained as soldiers even before the war. Mana nkawadeba. Then what I did here too, but in Chicago for 5 years, akuzi mu Igbo. And this na nkuzi Igbo. I said na nkuzi asusu Igbo. I said na nkuzi Igbo. You have asusu no men and Igbo for 5 years. The program they organized at Dominican University here in Chicago, and a lot of you Mali and Ndibe go here for programs. Yeah, onye man call him ome. Mwana onwe enwe Federal Characters Commission Committee na ADF and Igbo Development Foundation nke Professor Nwala na head. Abu chairman Federal Character Commissions Committee, and we are trying to even federal character and Nigeria, because that's a very major thing. Igbo be completely out of it, and we are working on it. Even you were put on when can Igbo. Maka ife male de etetekwu of mamana. Onye kuzili Igbo, my teacher bo FC Obalu himself. So onye Obalu kuzili Igbo, you must give back to the society, because it's just it's na Chinua Achebe or Shakespeare kuzili literature. You can't get any better. So onya we defend you 5 years here. Charles Walker we iki attends to this. Makawa I need to be Chicago. More be Chicago now, Bila Abuja. So all Koro America. So every here and there. So I think I can know. No, every Malum Kogi, Memunyame. I never know okay. Or I fear right, Memu mana. You may go to Kig Mena your Abo and Anglican Church. I say, Mona Nankukum came, you want an anke. Ndị Igbo na-achụ ya n'inu si obere azụ kpata obere nkụ, nnukwu azụ kpata nnukwu nkụ. So anyị bido etu anwa, we will get somewhere. Ekele m unu, ya gazielu unu.
Daalụ.
Nigerian Biafran Marines number 984. Na Biafra during the war.
Daalụ. Ndewo sir.
Because achọrọ m ikwu.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, biko ụmụnna ekelela m unu. Aha m Dr. Emmanuel Ozuzu. Onye Orad Owerri. And agụrụ m akwụkwọ na UNN, University of Nigeria, just during the war. I mean, started from just before the war, and in animal science, agriculture, and one Professor Deans of Michigan State University, who was the dean of the department at that time. On going away, I was working for him and eventually worked for Dr. Okibo, not Pius, but Bede Okibo, who is an agronomist. And I had the custody of all the records, most research records in the University of Nigeria. In our department at that time, I safeguarded them and eventually went to Umuahia, where you had the rap, and I was still working for Kibo with Sylvester Hugo. When the Biafran Land Army was created, people thought it was Kediheji Land Army, but forgetting that soldiers, when they don't eat, they will migrate to where they will find food. Eventually, I came here, I read in Iowa State University of Science and Technology. Came out here, and rather than teaching agriculture, I started teaching chemistry in schools, several schools here. And eventually, by the grace of God, he got the, actually, as they said, I need to find out. They told me that I was the first African who got the United States Presidential Award in Education. And in 2000, that was in 2005. 2009, I became the recipient of the United States Congress Award in Education. What Dr. Dean said before the war, and which is like this thing, is coming true now. Also, Emmanuel, because I only show Nelson Ebanugo on mine because I'm using his program to do this. He told me, he said, do you know what? Also, in a few decades from now, he said, Nigeria is going to face a problem that the North will push the South. You see why? Or some because the Sahara Desert, the Sahara was pushing the North, and the more it pushes them, the more they will push on the South. And although we should either be establishing cattle ranch or come down south, grow grass, cut grass, and give to them, let them buy it for their cattle. Okay. So, yeah, Uruku. Actually, when I was coming into this conference, I was taught that we were going to address some of the immediate concerns of the Igbo people in Nigeria now. Because that is the immediate problem which the Igbos have now with what is going on in Nigeria. I don't need to remind you what it is or what they are. We know that. But I'm happy that both Professor Ndibe, Okey, and Professor V. Nwakanma, touched some aspects of this. What do we do now? If you don't survive now, all these cultural, all these ideas we may formulate here, we may not be achievable, either in our own lifetime or the time to come. Number one, they spoke about village organization, organizing the village. Okay, Okembo or Ndeonha. Ohaneze, actually, that's where the name came from. Oha na Eze. Both of them make the village government. Ohaneze. And eventually what happened in Nigeria, everything was wiped out, and they say we belong to Nigeria now. I want to remind you that only 2 or 3 characteristics of the Igbo man, which seem to have shaped what he is going through now. By 1966, before the war ended.
Okay, Doc, Biko, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, please round up.
Indeed, we had it all. I am telling you, we had it all. Why? Hajire log. Oh, because of Ndozo. Oh, actually, the Yoruba, the problem started in Yoruba. The Igbos got involved. eventually led the coup. We must know that Aniga, there are two ways, either to fight or to negotiate. The Igbos, inclusive, we need to learn how to negotiate our way out of situations or to fight. Okay? And the problems now, that's we have to start organizing. Organizing because I don't need to take too much of time, but yes, organize a Remembrance Day and so on. But we must have to tackle the problem that is in hand now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Because Nkem, before you proceed, gentlemen and ladies on the phone, because we have it's almost 100 of us here, just like Professor Lassie said. The manner in which we are going to proceed precisely is the host or the co-host, Nkem Onumarah, is going to ask the questions to the panelists, and we just proceed along those lines. So, because when any question to ensure that everybody's participation is captured, contribute your questions on the platform, and the host is going to ask those questions. And the ones that are similar, we're not going to ask repetitive questions. The ones that are similar, we're just going to match them. Nkem, go ahead, please. We've been here for let me see here. It's 9 o'clock. We started at 7. So time is truly of the essence. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Ojuro Ajuju, and our panelists know.
Well, he can throw his question to the panelists. Just proceed along those lines.
Yeah, I'm sure we all heard his comments and his concerns. And when he choriku maka hokru.
Talking about, he spoke about Ohaneze, and I feel that the crisis really, Bona, those who are designated as, which I think is a point that my friend Nwakanma used before, those who are designated as are not in touch with the Oha, in Igbo land, that the people at the grassroots are never in the room, and they never feel themselves or their interests represented, or the issues are not presented to them by those who presume to speak for them in the public square. And so here you find the ostensible Igbo leaders speaking in the public square, but there's a disconnect that is deeply profound. And again, to re-emphasize a point that will be made, part of it is, I think Mr. Okabam asked the question, how can we bring back that Igbo spirit of oneness and of unity? And he referenced Dr. Okechukwu Ikejiani. Okechukwu Ikejiani was a visionary. Okechukwu Ikejiani, in our memory, isn't somebody who is known for wealth. He was known for running a modern railway system and then hiring the best hands, who often were Igbo people. So our people have this particular sense of gratitude to his memory because of this role that he played, and people still tell that story, at least those who were part of it and who know it. So the question is, where are those people now? Where are the Okechukwu Ikejianis today? And I think that that's where those of us in the diaspora who don't face the particular pressures that our brothers and sisters in Nigeria face can play a role. If only we would take the time to cultivate a vision, make the vision other-centered rather than self-centered, and also, and in making it other-centered, you know, in a sense, what you're doing is to engage in what I call self-disregarding, to disregard your interests. That's really what it means to be a leader, is to say to yourself, I'm doing this for posterity. I'm doing this to create a better society, okay? When I was growing up, we all knew all these wealthy Igbo people who were limited, and, you know, we told stories as children, you know, we said this person, Chigo West Africa Limited, you know, Chigo Africa Limited. And some of those names have simply disappeared because they did not create institutions. So when they died, their children, whether they were competent or not, inherited those businesses and gutted them from within, right? So it is to have people who are broad enough, other-centered enough, and who would say to themselves that I'm going to delay my gratification. I'm going to sacrifice for the broader corporate interests. And so, again, I want to make the point that those of us in the diaspora are better placed to play that role. Sometimes we don't play that role. We need to, and to play that role properly, you need to actually go back. When I go back to my hometown, the places I go and the people I talk to are the farmers, the market women, the peasants, the elders who have the language. If we understand their wisdom, we can tap it and make it relevant in the larger space, right? But I mean, everywhere when Igbo people do things, I know watch, but it is in listening to the elders that I came to understand that many of us in the diaspora now Warji don't even understand what Orji means, you know. So let us educate ourselves first. Let us speak the language of the masses. Let us go down to the peasants and learn from them rather than telling ourselves that we are educated and we're bringing knowledge to them. We actually should go to them, yes, with the knowledge that we have acquired in our travels around the world, but humble enough and modest enough to learn from them, because it is in that synergy that ultimately we can begin to recreate the kind of renaissance that people like Chikezie and so on represented.
Thank you. And then when he holds Okurumaka, he basara ndiro by buruburu.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very important point. That is a very important point, obviously. Okay. So Nigeria, for years now, we find a crisis. There is dramatic desertification that is going on. And so that is pushing a lot of the patterns of migration that we see. You know, people are running away from land that is not productive. And so there will be pressure. And so, again, this is where it takes intelligence. And he proposed something. One thing is self-sufficiency. I mean, if you are in Igbo land from Thursday to Saturday, it's all about funerals and weddings. And at these funerals and weddings, guess what? A lot of cows are consumed. Where do those cows come in? Is it possible for us to have our own self-sufficiency in the production of cows? And a lot of food that we produce, that we consume, by the way, comes from the northern parts of the country. Is it also, can we be visionary in those ways? You know, so I think that there is a lot of thinking for our people to do. And for us to begin, a serious conversation about what it means to be a Nigerian, if we want to be part of Nigeria, or if we want to be outside of Nigeria, what are the ways that we disengage from that collectivity?
Okay. I'll just get you on here. I know when in the Kunai Nasu Oyibo too much.
Waka Asosiani.
Can I buy here a bit more quiet, so you know. Dr. Mozuzu, Ekenembi, when he could, you know, Mchena Aga Abambo, Tia Anya. Oh, Casey, Ahazi. Look, I will go in the mother now. Umuhazi Ndibo, Ndiga University, Ndiga Polytechnic, Ndiga Technical Schools. Then we on. I create a certain kind of cooperative. Ha galba ana ndia nugu a massive land not Sambisa. From Onitsha through the Niger down to Lokoja, right down to Barrow. And massive spaces of land which can be used for ranching, agricultural production, etc., etc. You went 5,000 young Igbo men and women who can create farm holdings, small farm holdings in that trajectory, and they produce grass nanibo, and they send their nugwausa for those ranchers. Happen deep Fulani Kavabia nanibo, let them come. But I'm in the 19th century, Ghana no jihad. Ndi Fulani biana nibo kwa. Anwe kandibo si meva. Anaha nama anaha wai. Ediye Igwenga is an option. People wekase me in their own ways to secure themselves. But Tunkata, as I've always said, Ade akpankata no pigwe. Ndibo ga eme onwe ha organize first. Onwe ju keke se mo organize. Kese me organize ndi nwanyi ndi che. Enye ga kese me organize. Aiwe ha na akpo otu umunna. Onwe nye no na Igbo na-enwe eze. Opara na gi weze. In your family or your representative, we must restore Utumun Nandibo, both in the diaspora and Igbo, where I made the foundation of what I call a new Igbo union. Manayeme here, Ane ko Hanese nenu. I have nothing against Hanese, but Hanese are they connected to Ohandibo. It's a transactional organization. Aicho Otundibo. Asi Ndimbise Federal Union, no. Asi nakwe communities now be the presidents or their town union presidents and have to go to join the Navy Federal Union, to join the Rondis of Federal Union. Kapankatandibo may establish. And I'm a your Dr. Mozu because they diary deputy Hindaime Nanzuka Kebe those who search records no Kedu he engeji Kebe Fibo Anum na bido Kibo Sevu Efi Edo eno na Ubudu na ndị Hausa ga ebe a gbagbu efi nie. What happened to the rest? Nefazu for research. Kedu the hybrid system, let's preserve some of those because fundamental knowledge and it's taken. You just said it now, or they call it easy, but these were research is conducted. Let's take ourselves more seriously, and as I've said, when Katanga Mahia Tata without Iota. Na maya ghọta ndị Igbo n'ukwu gba chie echiche ka esi eme ya deeply ghọta ndị Igbo n'ukwu hazie ha ihe ọ bụla anyị na-ekwu ihe a tata onwe ebe anyị ji azụ eje. So that's the fundamental point. Ka anyị ghọta ndị Igbo, let's organize ndị Igbo ka esi eme ya mụ amacha mana anyị niile nwe uche anyị tụọ alo anyị ghọta ndị Igbo mankana huanya mankana de huanya were na-aga ije maka na he na n'ihu the massive ndị Igbo aghọta na ọgụ anyị na-alụ awọ ọgụ ndị Igbo naanị. Look, a lot of this issue is that Nanchoy may restore the old what do you call it, the old Ottoman Caliphate, and Sokoto is part of it. And as far as this is concerned, Anibo, Sokoto, as far as this Al-Qaeda International is concerned, it doesn't matter. We are dealing with a more international system, more international crisis than we imagine. Although it's not just local, it has an international dimension. But I got where here, because that might be a tata. I got an attack, and the way I get fire without mud in the
Thank you, Prof.
Bring all these things together and schedule, regular whatever, I don't know. Where do we go from all the knowledge we have collected here today?
Coronavirus go. I have no here. Bankata there with long ride. A wuna computer. Book. Okubauru. Kanandi choibu ndi ada onye choi ibara. Ima na ara dị n'iche n'iche. Ochi gbara nya agbara baruru. Ara baruru ara ahụ gị asị onye awo onye ara kpọmkwem. Owu igbara gaba n'ụlọ. Anyị chi igbara. Agbara ndị Igbo baruru. So that onye isi ka akụwasiwa. Which is the only option I went in Nigeria, as a matter of fact. Because here I neku mwakasi ka I wepụta onye Igbo karaka ka ọ gaa njem a na 2023. Ekwere m ka ahụ. Mana anyị gaa njem a ma ndị asị onye nwe Igbo a ga-achọ ebe a kedu alternative?
Ọ bụrụ na ha sị gịnị?
Onwe ndị Igbo ga-abata ebe a. Maka na ndị ndọrọ asị na ya chọọ ndị Igbo ka abata na president. Kedu alternative? We must have an alternative. An alternative are there as your Igbo too much. Okay? Alternative na isi ni choy ka ekwasiwa, because that's the problem ndị Igbo nwere na Nigeria. Everybody chere since I know yogo. No job na tuzi anywa. So na arụ anya ka na n'anya. And ike ogu the kogu ndị Igbo. So let's take a look very closely at our options. Kai na-eme udo, kai na-akwado ọgụ. Ohem kwuru.
Pụtara ya enwere nzukọ enwere n'Enugu 2 weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. Ọkwa maka ihe a. Ele otu a ga-esi eme organize village by village, town by town.
Doc, because I want some other questions. In the interest of time, I got the other questions. Then I'm going to keep to this issue. Because the next question will from Henry Omike. Henry Omike, you can unmute your phone and ask your question.
Okay. All right. Ndibe. Henry Omike. I will be a PhD candidate now na Fordham University in New York. I'm making Amago Oru East local government na Imo State. So Ninchori can Ndimeri organize, Ndimeri meeting organize na-ekenekwa Professor Obi Nwakanma na Okey Ndibe. So before mbia U.S., I na-go articles, you know, na newspaper, and I salute your courage, you know, and your fight for the Igbos. So jidekwa nekunuji. So my question will, but my question will, here Professor Obi Nwakanma kwuru about organizing. So mainly kedu ihe the Igbo Solidarity movement, kedu ihe ga-asị Igbo Solidarity movement na-emepụta in terms of practical things after anya, in terms of organizing our people, because more believe that na ihe niile anyị na-ekwu ebe a taa ebe o biri wu na organizing, and organizing requires time, or require the time, and also planning, and sharing of ideas and all of that. So I am ajụjụ na Jody ha. Dalụ.
Okay, ndewo. Ajụjụ gị bara.
Ọkwa gị nwa ga-aza nyaba ajụjụ.
Okay. So I want Igbo Solidarity Movement. I bidoro with ihe gbasara organizing from I mere organize ga protest march na United Nations. Behem that operation. Python dance.
Python dance.
Yes. So in the IPOP too there are different groups, but I may organize our people, especially in the New Jersey. I has any line need from the signs, the placards, everything, transportation, the coordination. And since then, I know meeting on a regular basis. But beyond that, our flagship thing, because I know when he came in, Dr. Kurumbo. Since then, every May 30th, we observe this day like this. And we have been I know fiscally before in here Corona bido. And beyond that, I'm gonna think tank na elebranya ihe gbasara idere in the government in America, the congressmen, the Senate, and about the plight of Ndibe, because a lot of us be Buddha like in America, and I'm with some of these contacts that we are not really utilizing. So if we're able to exert some of the political resources that we have, then our voice can be heard. So those are some of the things we have been doing in terms of aim organize as far as Igbo Solidarity movement is concerned. So Mama Azalama Jugi.
Okay. Specifically him na Joe Dika in terms of organizing around culture, Professor Obi Nwakanma about like archives. He create an archive, more even organize around education or economics, or literary festivals. So concrete things ga land in Igbo land or in the Southeast. At the same time, or develop the area, it's kind of like iconic, and at the same time, the effective, people affect, like school or one of those schools, and they're able to learn. Science and technology. Mama no, we're needing a guide to science and technology. Maybe like some kind of very good science and technology school. Like let's say the Solidarity movement can sponsor and send people there and all those things are legal.
Absolutely.
Let me come in. Our time here, Henry Neaju, and all the important, but mana can say before. Hindi need connected to governance. You cannot have a cultural policy. You can't have a museum without a policy behind it. You cannot have an archive without the backing of a conscious governors. What Ndibe cho or what Ndibe need may be different. What I think that we should do, would to create that Igbo Union, create the secretariat of an Igbo Union with all administrative capacities, with all its directorates, Directorate of Education, Directorate of Culture, Directorate of Economic, Directorate of Security and Defense, all these particular directorates, manned by Ndibe na-akwụ. The union itself, Igbo Union must have its administrative headquarters in Enugu, which must run as a government. Yeah, so that each Igbo Union schools, na Lagos, na Abuja, na Enugu, na anywhere, na Warri, you said you build those union schools.
Hello?
And can you hear me?
Yeah. Because people mute your phones if you're not speaking, please.
You know, you build those union schools. Our people, our ancestors who started Igbo Union, built Igbo Union schools in Kano, in Aba, in all places. They built it because they had the capacity. They could raise funds. If you have the Igbo Union of Lagos, Igbo Union of Port Harcourt, Igbo Union of Abuja, and they all coordinated. They built the Igbo Union School of Port Harcourt, the Igbo Union School of Aba, the Igbo Union School of Lagos, and they send Igbo kids to these union schools. Igbo Union School, the Igbo International School in Port Harcourt, in Chicago or in St. Louis, you have a coordinated way of running the Igbo Union school system based on a properly organized, properly coordinated, properly conceived, structured system of administration. We need to go back to the first principles. The Igbo organized themselves by that means. The fact that the Igbo could put a substantial level of capital on ACB was not accidental. It was done by a coordinated effort. Onyobu through the Igbo Union. We need to go back to those first principles. Igbo Union Political Action Fund would train your leaders. Everybody who has to amount to anything in Igbo must have served Igbo at the most basic level, at the town union level, at the community level. Each representative Ndibe or who go secretary town union before. Okay, we send him to be councillor, and from councillor we send him to be a member of the House of Assembly, and from there we send him to federal parliament, and from there we make him governor. You cannot have helicopter people come in and be your leaders, and you think you have achieved anything. They have to be grounded, and they have to be supervised, and there has to be oversight over their process. Unless we create this union authority, we are going to contain them. They will be responding to forces outside of us. That's the point. And if you want to create an Igbo archive of memory, who's going to start it? The governor of Anambra State? No, it has to be pushed from a powerful, a supernumerary organization that is bigger than the Enugu State government or the Imo State government. That will be an Igbo agency. That's why the new Igbo Union that I'm proposing must be brought to life. It will be the unseen government of the Igbo. It will be the one that will supply the Igbo their governors. It will be the one that we can activate to organize. It will be the one that could say, okay, ndị Igbo, onwe ihe na-aga na-achọ echifu ihe do ha. Aga gbara, gbaa izu, ga kudo Supreme Court judges n'abalị si, That's what the Irish would do. That's what other people Choiburu will do. They will go quietly now by who made the right motor adafununti. They will do it. Government is not minority. If you want to serve a people and serve them, there are all kinds of expectations and all kinds of sanctions. Without sanction, there will be no Igbo. Without sanction, Emeko will go and give ABU University teaching hospital 460 million. In the past, the Igbo will call him in the middle of the night. He has ABU 460 million. So don't come back to Igbo land until you give Nsuka. If you are Igbo land, but nobody does it today. And so the structure of the Igbo Union must have the unseen agency of his leadership. The trustees of the Igbo Union must be 9. 9 of them. And are there for hire. And they will direct the administrative capacity of the union so that whatever happens, if they meet 4 times a year, they say, this is what the Igbo have said, and you give the administrative capacity to run it. That's how people organize themselves. Okay? We must use what I call the arrow method. Arrow. Where's the arrow? Arrow 4 is a triumvirate. This arrow is a triumvirate. It's not an individual. The arrow method makes certain that 3 people in one. Where's the arrow? The arrow trinity. We need to organize the president of the Igbo to be a trinity, or based on the concession, that concept of, the agnacy, 9 or 6, according or 5, because Igbo say, I hope you all know this. Oru, Nri. Well, Abaja, Isu, Oru, Nri, Nidu, 5. That's why I know Umar say, or yeah, that's why we do it. We can get 5 of this confederacy to form the trusteeship of the Igbo Union from the various confederates of the Igbo, Oru, Abaja, Isu, Nri, Nidu. Let's be acting like people Baruru, not people Anaba, Anaboko say under them. We need to start thinking beyond all these surface levels. That's my position.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. Nkem, let me make a comment, please. Because honorable panelists, I know that you guys are professors, teachers, and that you get paid by the length of your.
Don't be too sure. I get you.
Yeah, because limit these responses to at least 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we've done 2.5 hours of this thing, and I don't want people to start dialing out on us.
Yeah, somebody, by the way, I think Chris Nabuife wrote from Nigeria to say it's 2:18 a.m. So it's now, yes. I guess, 2:32 a.m. there. Right. So if we could give him consideration to jump in and ask a question, I'll make a comment for that.
Then let's do that.
Very good. Chris, in wake you mute your phone, you got the floor.
Okay. Ndibe, good evening or good morning to you all.
Dalo.
I'm in the United Kingdom. I'm not in Nigeria.
Okay.
So,
there's something in time.
Yeah. Right. So actually, I come on my account when I can hear Blan. So yeah, I get the mobium. Him my ajujum my job on basara ọnọdụ ala Igbo anyị na Nigeria ugbu a na mana ajụ sị ọ dị possible anyị nwee otu 5 states nọ n'ala Igbo ugbu a. Ọ dị possible anyị nwee ịbịala mee ihe dị ka ibukọta these 5 states on something like government of Southeast region, or na form a government of Southeast region. Now these 5 states nọ n'ala Igbo now can now be working in sort of like in harmony, not working in partnership with each other. When these 5 states can actually come together, put all their resources together, then fund or such development. Say, for example, I know industrialize Ali Igbo and imezisi obodo. The model for we can pick or something like a rail. Now, can the 5 eastern states come together and always open a rail under the purview of the state governor, some under the federal government or stuff like that? But now one of these 5 eastern states, we are formed all together, like government of southeastern Nigeria. I think how we keep putting pressure on the federal government saying, okay, this is what we want. Actually, rail set to in order that a rail that will link all the whole states together. I just imagine something like this or that possible in me. Not possible. Here I got back into a research or to modalities to work out how it will work. And no one know about here got the possibility. Make a day we key make a guy see we are 12 but when I hear the we can put a then you was today job could be before but now I wouldn't make our caution down but I wouldn't do that today. Anyone with Ndibe and you're the log. Oh, I have which I am manager. They would.
Thank you, Chris.
Anyway, come on, Zabele. Chris, ịma na oge m na-ekwu okwu ka Nsụka n'Abele Igbo, oge m na-ekwu okwu na nsị na ife anyị ga-etinye anya na ya bụ imekọta steeti 5 anyị nwere ikezi etinyekwuo ndị Delta anyị mekọta ife ọnụ malụ ife onwe ife dị ọkpụrụkpụ achọ imenụ anyị tinyekọ ego steeti a niile etinyekọ ego wee mee ya onwero ọ ga-afịa arụ ma ọ bụ na enwe ịdị nkwado afọ na ife a ga-eme ọ ga-afịa arụ ndị si na Abuja si emene ife 5 states chọrọ imenụ mana nsogbu dị na ya bụ na ndị na-achị anyị nwoke obi Nwakanma kwutalia na ndị na-achị anyị ndị na-abụ gọvanọs anyị ndị anyị na-ezite na Abuja ị na-ekwutela anyị okwu na ọtụtụ n'ime fa bụ ndị ewepụta ọ bụrụ ndị be anyị na-ewepụta fa oge ụfọdụ ndị be anyị amụrọ ndị fa bụ nọọ ndị agamefu ka a ga-ewepụta ndị na-emebi obodo ndị na-agbalụ mmiri ewepụta fa tinye n'ala Igbo ka fa na-achị asịrọ n'ọfa ncha mana ọtụtụ oge ife na-emenụ na be anyị na ndị na-achị anyị amarọfa na bennafa amagodufa na bennafa na amarọfa ka ndị na-eme ezigbo ife anyị tosili imegodunu bụ ịfụ na onye ọbụla pụta anụ jide ọkwa ọchịchị n'ala Igbo nọọ onye anyị wepụta maka iwepụta onye na-achịnụ ọma nọọ ọra wepụtalie zie nye ozi ọ ga-eje ọ bụ na o jere ọfụma asị adị anyị na ị ga-ejedebe o jedebe ya na ife anyị nwee ike imenwunu na anyị gbakọ ọnụ o nwee ife a ga-edozicha na be anyị maka anafa ekwu na be anyị bụ zoo na Nigeria bụ zoo na-asịfa ọ dị mma onwego ka ndị na-achị steeti Igbo si wee gbakọnata ọnụ si ka fa wepụta ka be anyị ghara isozi wee bụ zoo anụnwa nya steeti 5 anụnwa bụ ana Igbo maọbụ 6 maọbụ 7 ma ị chọọ itinye ndị ọzọ gasị Rivers na ndị ọzọ so nke afọ bụ ofu na anyị nwee ike imenwu enu mana tupu anyị mee nye na ọ ga-abụ ndị anyị nwa wepụta ka pachiba nke ọzọ ịjụ ma agha daa afọ ma anyị kwadola ịnụ ọgụ ọ ga-afịa arụ enwere ndị na-apabata egbe na be anyị mana amarọ m ịdị egbe anyị nwa nwere and agha nke izizi anyị nọ otu o si wee gaa bụ na anyị nwere ngwa agha ya nọọ ife dị omimi na anyị nụnwulie ka anyị si wee nụ ya so mma nkwu na kịta anọ ka o ji ụfọdụ ụmụaka na-asị ngwa ka anụba ozugbo nsịpa na ọ bụ na unu too mgbe a nọ nyaba agha wee fụ agụụ dịnụ wee fụ na ndị anyị zipụ n'agha ụfọdụ bụ mma ka enyefe kapa wee jebe agha anyị enwere ya bụ egbe a ga-eji wee nụ agha kịta anụba enwere ike ndị be anyị atụba ego goba egbe na ife ndị ọzọ gasị mana mmansị na nchọfụ ka agha bịa maka anyị akwadoro maka agha.
Okay, Ndo. The next question from Nelson Ibanugo and Odre. So I'm gonna go the question directly. I'll say, question about Ojiro. The first one, I'll say, is there any actions to make May 30th officially Biafra Memorial Day? Our question number. Because is there any official recognition? Is there any effort to make any official recognition in the U.S. of the 3 million plus lives lost in Biafra?
Nwakanma chọrọ itinye ọnụ.
Well, Ima, I'm Nkem Azajuju. What I know now, over the last 5 years, that Ndibe, or maybe even more, that Ndibe have always raised Biafra as an issue on May 30th. In fact, long before now, when I wrote the column, when I started writing my columns, every May 30th, I used to write a Biafra memorial from time. Okay, but here are individual responses. But Obauru, as I said, that yes, we could do that. May 30, every Igbo family should have a Biafran flag and lower it on their compound at half-mast. But if Igbo people say May 30 to onye Biafran flag, the way now na bear half-mast, our people would do it. Yeah, but may organize, it wouldn't happen. Okay, Obauru kai may organize again. Kai hazi from Omona, so that Ndibo Asibo Kola, everybody would do it. Or meta is the easiest thing to do. The second is achọghị iti ọnụ na ihe gbasara America maka na mam ka esi agba egwu na America. Ịma ka esi agba egwu na Igbo. Isi ka ndị Igbo hata mmadụ ole na ole ka a gaa kwuo okwu gbasara ka esi ememe 30 ụbọchị ndị Igbo, ehi ndị Igbo, ka esi they would do it. And achọm ka eme ya onye baru ka eme, you know. But allied to that also is what I earlier suggested. Every town create a place of memory in the town square with the names and so that every year na May 30th we keep Igbo land silent for them for a particular moment in the day. As everybody in Igbo stay quiet for this day. So you create symbols, you create symbolic moments. It can be done. But a man maybe do gear. That's my problem.
Okay, thank you. The next question from Richie Jofo and Ajujao Basra, the Igbo and Biafra question in the context of resource sharing and allocation, security and succession. Igbo and Biafra question in the context of resource Richard, Joff, are you here? When you judge yourself, just go straight to the question if you don't mind. Richard Ejiofor, you can unmute. Richard Ejiofor.
Okay. Yes. He's still here.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Yes, my question is, given the current situation in Igbo land, the Igbo question and the Biafran question, they're all mingled together. How can we assert ourselves now with issue of resource sharing, resource allocation, and security? That is what is keeping the Igbos where we are now. Security is in the hands of the North. Resource allocation and resource sharing belongs to whoever is at the head of the federal government. How does Igbo fit in within this context?
Okay. Let me approach this very question. Very, simply. Let's pay attention to one fact. Unless the Igbo enter into government, unless we take charge of government and make sure that we do, we will continue to remain in the margins. That's one. And the conversation that every people always have, well, how can we take charge? Not how do we run away? That's one. Okay? Igbo must deal with that question. Second, the Biafran question have not resolved the questions of our last war. Why did we fail? Unless, as I said, the first thing people do after they fight the war is to debrief those who have fought the war, to gather the records, learn lessons, discuss it, argue about it, and preserve their records, and know where to approach and how to approach war. Biafra is a thoroughly problematic option. Even though Juku himself, who fought that war, said it. If I knew what I knew today, I would have fought this war differently. I would have taken a different track. He said it. And he said very clearly, the intention of the Igbo in 1967 was really, in fact, not to succeed. The Igbo were hedging their bets. They had to be forced to succeed. That's one. Second, the third question is resource. If a man has complete control of all your security systems, Nanibo, all the major military installations that have circled you are run and are manned by people you want to fight. You want to commit suicide. You cannot even, with the current mapping, you cannot even fight a guerrilla war because you don't have the resources to conduct a guerrilla war. And therefore, what the Igbo need to do is to look at the options. The Igbo were strategic options, but it has to be examined closely. It is an insult to the memory of those who fought the war and to the memory of the Igbo and to the pride of the Igbo that you take resources from an Igbo and nothing of it is retained in an Igbo. You dig up oil and gas in an Igbo. It is called enslavement and colonialism. The Igbo should not cry about it. The Igbo should subvert it, period. And then say, let's discuss. But before you discuss with a man who has a gun, you also have to have
at least a machete.
You have to have something to say, I have a balance of this. Two things that need to be done. The Igbo have technical colleges, polytechnics. Igbo have a university Naoka that teaches metallurgy. Yet, the Igbo and the Igbo were Ndina historically. We have to give these kids the resources to go down to the various villages and open up they are forges. Any society that cannot produce the instruments, okay, their own instruments of survival, will be slaves to others. So that's my answer to that question. The Igbo, in terms of its security, the vulnerable. Because A, the installations around them is aimed at suppressing them. If they will rise today, they will be smashed. No question about it. It doesn't matter. They have control of the sea, they have control of the land, they have control of the bushes. You have no strategic option unless you open up the frontiers, which is nationwide, which means fight wherever you are. Okay? But if you say, let us, Northern and Igbo, defend it, you are wasting your time. They already have strategic control of that landscape because they have installed. The end of the war taught them that they needed to install certain things in order to make sure that the Igbo did not fight the kind of war they faced. That's what I'm going to tell you about it. So all these people now say, Biafra, let us do what do they call it? Referendum. You can't win a referendum. They will rig it. And you cannot contend the referendum because they will smash you. They will go, look, people don't forget this, although people don't remember this. The first place that they smashed over this resource question was not Odi or Ogoni. It was Igbo land, it was Umechem. They went there and wiped Umechem out of the maps. The Igbo didn't do anything. Umechem is in a chair, between Okpala and a chair. It's Igbo land. That's why Igbo couldn't do anything. And you want to give them an excuse to smash you with the kind of power that they have acquired since 1970, that have been installing in Enugu, in Port Harcourt, in Obinze and Ohonfe and all those places. You have no idea. These guys have no strategic idea what they want to conduct. And they're talking about our friends from Israel and America. They won't even pay attention to hell. You are on your own. Okay? So pay attention. Your security is about the Igbo security. The Igbo security is linked to Igbo spread. This is our major strategic option. Above I know, because you cannot contain us if we bunch ourselves into a geographical space. Okay? We will be smashed. But if we create networks across the country and establish our capacity for security in those places, we will start on Nigeria. This is my own point.
Very clear.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Nkem,
Yeah.
give me 1 minute.
No point.
Yay!
That is just in line with what I have, also said before, how to negotiate our way out. How to negotiate our way out of the situation.
Okay, it's both negotiation, but there's no negotiation if you have nothing on the table.
That's right.
Absolutely. So you have to have something on the table. You have to show that you have options. Igbo cannot go into negotiations without also showing some strength.
From a position of weakness,
Let us create that strength and not act. If you keep writing to the United Nations, we're wasting your time. Nobody is going to be interested in this.
Or the European Union.
Or the European Union. They don't give it. You are wasting your time and your energy.
The way to negotiate, you first of all start at home.
Absolutely, I agree.
You are going to negotiate with the Calabarese, with the Calabars, with the Ogojas, with the Igwe.
No,
they themselves
together.
That has to be
together. Then you negotiate the next step, which is
Professor Mamos, please, because my brother, we can't be doing this in this staccato style. Okay, there has to be a method to this madness. Please, there are people you've spoken like 3 times on this platform.
Okay. Go ahead.
Because there is what I want to do now is to bring in a young man who's a professor of information management technology in one of the in either Texas or Ohio. Professor Kelechi Nwampa. I don't know if you're there. Unmute yourself, please. This is a chap that was born after the Civil War. And one thing we must learn to do is to listen to this younger generation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because John Wampa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, ask a question.
Okay, so Ndibe anyị ekene m unu. Obi dị m ụtọ. Obi ana m ekele Prọfesọ Ndibe na Prọfesọ Nwakanma. Egwu na eziokwu. Otego afụnube m all my life. Afụnube m this type of event before. Ebe m nọ a na-ekwu okwu gbasara ndị be anyị, onye ọbụla na-etinye uche. Ọ bụrụ something a na-eme ya with passion. Igwe gị eziokwu, ana m ekele my uncle, Dame Charley, for giving me this opportunity. And onye mmelo m ji sị ka m tinye okwu n'okwu anụ ha na-ekwu. Maka na ọ na-adị m ka eto m, my dad lụrụ civil war, and ọ kọọlụ m nwa bụ diọkpara na be anyị. Ọ kọọlụ m ka esi wee jee, ọ kọọlụ m everything garanụ. So, and I've always been passionate na ihe ndị Biafra na-eme na ndị obodo anyị ịmago. But ọ bịa na-adị m ka ọ na-eme m na-akpa ya nkata anụ within people know my age mate, him and they know 41, 42, 43. Ọ na-adị m ka na ha uche ha dịrọ na ihe a na-ekwu. So mbịa na wonder na asị kedu ihe bụ na-ese okwu. Why? Ọ na-adịzi m ka na enwe type of generation gap. So if na people nọ na that age bracket in my father, ha na-asị nekwa ka ihe ji wee dị na ọdịrọ mma na ha na-eme nka na ekwesị ime nka. But ada pass ya to that next generation. So this year kind of thing jump for generation anyị. Ojezi to generation in the 20s. Ina akọziri ha sị gị tele na ọbụrụ dị nke ha ka a na-ekwu. Ana onye nwa mmelo. If onye me mgbe Nnamdi Kanu, enwere m anything against him. Oge Nnamdi Kanu pụta with IPOB. That was why Oji that extent of followership. Because no brought somebody now in his 70s, in his 80s. Have we had somebody that could identify with them? So na them can Igbo mwezi hipotazi ne kuzoku Igbo with your age mate. Asimba no bora akoka ako. And we got a loss of identity. And we got a loss of the cultural imperative. So hipotazi na kozi akoko na Igbo afro mwe hananya, Igbo ade nyuro mwe haka. Ina juicy kezi ebe akoka si na there. Because in what order to be because if I'm not job. How would we do it to connect back to at least to this our age grade? In that no from maybe 43 now to 50. Because all in that I can see dizinaka. But then we see the type of nonchalance in Abia from them, which is not really unexpected because in when will be anything happen. Because and by the way, women introduced I'm on Abia State. I'm a professor here at Miami University, Ebimna, Cincinnati, Ohio. I've been a professor for 10 years now.
Daalụ. Okwu gị amaka. Ife dịkwanụ na ya bụ na be anyị ịma na onwe oge olu Nigeria si na ama ngozi history. And ifefa ji wee kwuo bụ na asị na na anyị enwego na ọ bụrụ history historians ka anyị chọzi na anyị chọọ ndị ga na-ama ka esi akụ ife na-edozi ife and so on. Mana uche ndị na-achịtọ be anyị dị afa ma ifefa na-eme. Ọ bụ na ndị mmadụ amụrụ history fa and ndị be anyị amụrụ history. And otu ife dị bụ na ndị mmadụ achọkwa ịmanụ. O nwee ụmụaka ị ga-abịa ịbịa isi ka ịkọwalụ fa ife menụ. Fagwa na faka wee malụ mana onwero nke fama. Nya ndị a na-aba so nke afọ bụ ofu nsogbu enwe na enwerozi ndị na-akọ maka history. Ndị ma ife menụ and if and ndị makwa na ife menụ otu o si wee dobe be anyị ka ọ dị tata. Ife ọzọ na-emebi bụ na ndị na-asị na Nigeria bụ be ụmụ anụmanụ. Ife menụ bụ na onwe oge oluzi ọ bụ na alụ a na-eme na be anyị agbago arọ bụla omenala. Ịbịazịa ndị Igbo nwebu ka anyị si ekwu okwu mala ife ndị nkuzi onwe oge nlu onwe obodo njeni ya arọ otego akafụ fa ọ bụ ebe na fa na-eme nwe ife fa na-eme ofu onye wee pụta MC wee sị na onye na-abịa ife a bụ prọfesọ amụbịa amụ so onwe oge ndị be anyị lụzi wee mee gịnị wee mụba amụ ma a sị na ịbụ onye nkụzi ma ọ na ịbụ onye na-atụta alụ abịazi asị gị nọlanị na a ga-akwọtu gị nọ ndị ji ego ga-ekwu and ndị ji ego onwe ife ọ ga-elue ọbụlụ ndị ji ego ga-apụta nwekwa ife ọ ga-elue ọbụlụ ndị ji alụ ga-apụta as I said otu nsi wee kwu bụ na ndị be anyị na-asị na akụ na-esi obi ike mana ị na-anya n'ife na-achị n'ụwa nọọ alụ amamife na-esi obi ike mana anyị nọzi na anyị Naijiria anyị nọ na ya kịta bụ Naijiria ga-abụ a ga na-ajụ kedu moto n'inwe kedu ilugo unu enu one ka ilugo kedu titles inwego and so on and so forth ya ife anyị ga-ebidogodu bụ ibido ịdị ife a na-afe eme taa agwa ndị mmadụ agha eme ọzọ maka ọma mbụ so ofu ikezi ọ bụrụ na ife anyị ga na-eme ọnwa ịtọ ọbụla gafete na anyị gbakọnata otu a kpaalụ ọ bụrụ oge niile ka ọ bụrụ alụ niile a ga-akpa ka a gali ewepụta otu anụnwa maka ndị na-ege ntị erika ma ọfịa nwere ntị and so on mana anyị nidi na-akpa alụ na-akụzi mụ na obi Nwakanma ekwugo rinne maka anyị nwa ụfọdụ n'ime anyị n'ebe a na-akụzi nkụzi ije kụzie na be anyị maka ndị na-akụzi nkụzi na be anyị bụ kala aka agbapụsigo na ọzọ ya n'obodo ndị ọzọ gasị ya ife ị na-afụ ma ịnebe anya na otu ụfọdụ ndị be anyị si ekwu okwu bụkwanụ ịdị ife gbazi ife n'anya so ba na-ekwu kapasi wee mụta mana ife ịmụ maka ife mee n'oge gboo n'oge gara aga amaka and ebe afọ ka anyị ga-ebido
mana oke o nwekwa ife ọzọ dị n'ebe a ị na-aghọta na n'ịga na ana si ndị Yoruba ma ọ bụ nnugwu Hausa enwe the Amadi Memorial Lectures.
Yes.
Where there are whole lectures every day na Nigerian Institute of International Affairs na Lagos. And then when public lectures. Impact that in name na the consciousness of Umuazi Neba, the masses.
Yes.
Now the investor of Ibadan in the city of Ibadan. Every day ana utter Ndimadu from Harvard, from Stanford, from everywhere in the world. How can I done Ibadan? Manansuka. Ma Enugu ma nowhere. Oge we ya na akpọ ayajoku lectures. Yeli na Igbo. Iga na Igbo tata. I'ma do this question every day. Okey Ndibe, Uchenduka, Chimamanda Adichie, Obiwa, all of us na compesi. Agagamba ndị ọzọ gago poetry, go nye lectures na mana Igbo. You know, amamu na ọta him nekwu. Onweghị any institutional capacity. Chineke nyere anyị leaders in the first generation, or and you go in the second generation. That's what I say. Give us access. Ibiam, Eninjoko, We4We, Mbadiwe, all of these we've talked about all these characters. Each of Kennedy, Nana Igbo, we should have been having the Kennedy annual memorial lectures. Ansuka. Or
Francis, I can't Ibiam
Prize, all these things. And if our gay men and Igbo would have built up this capacity, It's called transfer of knowledge. Ndi Yoruba ka na-eme ya, ndị Hausa na-eme ya. O nwere ebe a na-akpọ Arewa House na Kaduna. Ị gaa na Arewa House, director Igbo program, director Igbo program, with PhD from Russia, major intelligence, training intelligence, and then I gather records of Ndibe. Arewa House, anyway, Igbo desk. When Ndibe chi na ka ego nwa eziokwu. I nefe nelu na bakwa. Enugu had the first Center for Development Studies. It was supposed to be, look, Igbo governors today. Ijoha, who is the major economist in any Igbo university today? Who is the major philosopher in Igbo today in any Igbo university? Where are they? Our cultural crisis is deeper than we imagine. And it's not going to, see, I know here tata. All got to bears, man, at the depth of crisis, the massive.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Or the massive, and that's why when this generational shifts, all shift in value. When amamihe, when amamizu. As that one would always say, knowledge is not power, information is.
Yeah, that's right.
Knowledge, you may keep my head, me my izu. Imizu information. That's what is called intelligence. However, in my head to know, but imizu will name information. Igbo my izu. And Anna water is water kodala. So one Joseph, your generation is important to Ndibe, or a bridge generation. You must take that gauntlet. But the most important, and the critical factor of any culture, if you lose them, you lose your life. We have a problem with our connections with our women. We have oppressed them. The strategic place of Igbo womanhood. Who are the major who are the basic, they are the ones who transfer culture.
Yeah, Prof Kucha, yeah.
Well, only wine, I can make kucha before wine.
Okay. Adeja Gamba.
Because Prof Kucha, I'd be interested in your name.
So wine is in Cuba.
Yes,
when I was in secondary school. I will tell this story here. I had Nuguta. We were 14-year-old kids. Muna Aseme. Yeah, Aseme's father was justice of the Federal Court of Appeal. I go Guta. Igwo Gwego. I gana Kedibia. Dibia sniper chooser. I went and stole my father's money from his bedroom, from his near Dibia. Dibia Simba Chuzo. Now when you bataiba go, I went and told my younger brother Muniana a share room in the village. So we got in, and 1 week later, when they said I should go and open my door, now I'm back in the room. Where you go for that? I went back to Dibia Noguta. I said, now who ever again? And it is the relationship between Igbo and the women today. Relationship of distrust. You cannot achieve anything. There will be no stability in your world if you do not take into consideration the status of your women. The women in Igbo have lost their powers on two major counts, with the coming of Christianity and with the end of the Civil War. And it is the women that transfer the basic principle of continuity to their children. If the women do not believe in the land goes to places. So one of the major conferences we must have today in Igbo will be the conference of the Igbo and their women. Umuada Ndi Igbo must step in to this crisis and help rebuild the foundations, the moral foundations of the Igbo world. And I think also that the women are to blame in a lot of ways, but the men are also to blame because we have created not partnerships, but contentious relationships between the Igbo man and the Igbo woman. And the greatest victim here is the Igbo child, who has no sense of what it means today to be Igbo. Onye nwanyi kọrọ na bea na buru. Ndị Igbo must pay attention to what's going on. We have to deal with that problem, and it's a major problem. But it is not the problem of the women alone or the men alone. It is the problem of partnership between Igbo and the women. Ada ekujigom.
Thank you. Thank you. Do I have the floor? Thank you so much, everybody. My name was Zomanugum. I am Wazomanugum, known as Deja Gamba. I am so happy to be here today. Even though I've had a long day, I just said that the two names in make a presentation is not something I want to be told about it. I just have to be here. So, and I'm glad I'm here. So, Ajum Naju might not be the presenters, guys, and we are the conveners. I'm not calling here we want to create synergy, we want to get ourselves together and can cause. But Ilanya group carry. Okay, I just discovered this one now. This one, the Igbo Solidarity movement. When the flyer came out for the Zoom meeting, I didn't know about its existence before. Then there were about at least 4 or 5 known plus before week Nandote. So I'm confused. I want to, if I let my little light shine as much as I can, I must maybe let that my little light shine because we like spread it so who is speaking for us? I have many was okay, any drink, any cause. Which group kind of Chikezie, I'm sure you're hearing me.
Very clearly.
Yeah, can they so? Because only maptakwania form, only maptaya form, only ptaka janky be any meme. Okay, so when came and can name called him. And we group I'm not speaking for any group. They just co-opted me into this Zoom conference in the week in the morning. So I'm just speaking for myself and as an observer. So I'm giving kind name. So this group now, are you guys addressing the Biafra question, or is this just a symposium name because today is May 30th? Is this an action group, or is this a pack, or what are you guys? So that apart from the Lakoro, can we japo then tulanya or uzakam gesu kama rosos ko amapwa de no temptation doors. So we really need some direction.
All right, let me answer
Hello?
that question, Nkem, if you don't mind.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, Farmer Chukwu the one.
Okay, Biko, just hold that thought. We'll bring you in. There is a question on the floor directed to a specific entity. Biko, one mwanye Adeje Jemba. You have my undiluted respect. Let me say this. You are somebody who is involved. As modest as you may want to paint it, when you were the secretary of IMO organization during its nascent or formative period with my classmate and late friend, Edi Ukegbu. Your record there pretty much set that organization to the pedestal that made it the relevant entity that it is today. You are with me in Nigerian Association of American. I mean,
you are not focused on the camera,
no.
although we can hear you clearly, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Yeah, better.
Very well.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my sister, I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, you and I are in Nigerian American Bar Association. You are the Secretary General there. As much as we've been struggling to really get it off the ground, it's still an organization that is both incorporated and in paper. You know, I said that to Ujukwu because I'm involved. I said that to say you are involved. And in agreement with what Nwakanma said, the role that you play proactively in matters affecting Ndibe, we hope that our other sisters can do that. Because the truth of the matter is that some of us get a little emotional sometimes. And Igbo Congress, my brother, you know. So, and the truth of the matter is that sometimes Igbo Solidarity Movement is an organization pretty much born to ensure that a vacuum is not created when almost every, because I was involved in all the Igbo organizations here, be it Igbo U.S.A, be it Igbo State Association, which I was an ex-president of and participated in the formative years and the constitution draft. And as a matter of fact, I drafted a constitution with my late friend, Nodiwafo, and a whole bunch of others. But at some point, some of these organizations went into attrition. Now, nature, they say, abhors vacuum. Igbo Solidarity Movement stepped up to ensure that at the very minimum, you know, we have a platform where we must continue to discuss Igbo issues, including but not limited to Igbo Memorial or Biafran Day Memorial. So it's not an organization that emerged in competition with any other Igbo group. As a matter of fact, we don't aggressively recruit. We've been holding seminars. Professor Ozadimanwala has had the opportunity to address us. Every Memorial Day, we deliver speeches. I was the last keynote speaker. The video is out there somewhere. You know, so for whatever is what, that is what Igbo Solidarity Movement is. It is, we do believe, as the keynote speaker, as the guest speakers have also alluded, there is nothing we can do without Igbo solidarity. And what we preach here is that the solidarity of Ndibe is fundamental, because we are commonly endangered. That is one thing every Igbo person must recognize. When they come after us, they don't care what part of Igbo land you come from. They don't care if you're from Anambra State or Ebonyi or Imo State or Abia State.
Or
Delta. They don't even care if you're from Efik or Calabar. Okay? All they know is that you are Nyamene, you are Igbo. And when they start killing, they will kill you. It's just the bottom line. So someone once said that the solidarity of Jews is not informed by self-love. It's informed by their recognition that they are all in danger. And as they say, so that is what we try to do in Igbo Solidarity Movement. And I am proud to tell you, the question my nephew asked as to the generational gap, we are able to do this program today, courtesy of my good brother, Amadi, who I believe is on this platform, Mufaya, and Nkem, Onumarah. These people belong to this generation.
Okay, I don't think any of these gentlemen that I mentioned were there when we survived the Biafran War. As in Tony Bessie, the Raku said that Namande, but also Mande Gary Hoko, Hanin on Aya. Those of us who are those of us who are refugees, as much as we were not veterans of that war, we were also a part of that war.
I got you order.
and also, Obi, I also need to be debriefed. You know?
That's right. Tell absolutely how you survived hunger in a camp.
Let me tell you,
In a refugee camp.
I had scabies all over my body. Are you kidding me?
You got to write a story.
Yes. I had scabies all over my body. Yes. Now we had this family that came from Element. Now they came without stuff. You know, when can I say I miss a Dicky? You on a talk. No, this thing ravaged our bodies. So, because my sister,
Charlie, you've got to write a story.
I will do it. With your help, I'm sure I will. You know, I salute you very much. We will continue. You know, I think it was Franz Fanon that said that every generation, in the midst of whatever challenges they face, must identify their mission and fulfill it.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. So we will continue to encourage the generation. Look, being Igbo, and this is what I've always said, and I continue emphasizing that we must leave the distractions from people who argue that they are not Igbo. You don't have to beg anybody to be Igbo.
Absolutely.
Okay? You don't have to. Being Igbo is a responsibility. It is a challenge. It is a solemn duty that every Igbo generation, man or woman, must recognize their duty to move the baton forward.
Yep.
So you really can't sit there and say your generation is not being factored in. I mean, who's going to factor you in? You are Igbo. You have a responsibility. You have a duty to move this agenda forward. So, because having said that, Igbo Solidarity Movement salutes you all. We still have a few more questions to go. We don't want this thing to become redundant. At this point, Nkem, before we go back to the questions, I will recognize two of the people Suanimo organizing here, which is Val Amadi and Humphrey Igwe. If Humphrey is still there, let them just chime in. Then we take it from there.
Chris Agu was here too. I don't know if he left.
Okay, I saw his name. Yeah, we can go to most
Ndewono. Ndị Igbo ibe m, ndị Nigeria ibe m, ndị Biafra ibe m, ụmụ Africa ibe m, ekelela m nnọọ. Ekelekwa efforts of people like Charley, Chikezie. Last year, his speech, he was a keynote speaker at the same event we had last year. The speech went very viral. And believe it or not, a lot of younger people caught on to it because of the fact that, I don't know what it was, but he spoke with a lot of passion. And the year before, he had he told us, he recited a poem. I forgot the name of the guy that wrote the poem. Somebody Obaja, or something like that. Remember? And that went viral as well. Last year, Charley Chikezie's son, believe it or not, spoke for more than 30 minutes. And he spoke with such passion. And I just want to thank Uncle Charley Chikezie for raising the child in that way, for making the child understand that identifying with Biafra is not a bad thing. Identifying with your Igbo-ness is not a bad thing. And it's a good thing. So I'm challenging most of our other fathers, mothers out there. One name was a professor from Miami that just spoke. I know I'm not part of the panelists, but let me just quickly put in this. It's a challenge that each and every parent should undertake. Even you yourself, you're a young parent, I'm sure, or you're going to be a parent soon if you're not already one. So make sure that your children, teach them the ways of your people, teach them about their Igbo-ness, teach them about Biafra, teach them about your history. That way, that gap can start to close up. That Charley Chikezie working na America, but the boy is so much into our culture, and those are some of the things that we need. We need to find ways to bring. We need to find ways to bring our children a lot closer to what we are doing, so it can be a lot easier for us to deal with some of the things that we're dealing with. And also, another thing that we need to also talk about. For instance, now I'm in Nigeria. By the way, I'm supposed to have been.
Wow.
I'm supposed to be back in America. When I was about to come, I've been here since December. When I was about to go back to America, Corona, they shut the air. So I was going to be, the first few weeks, it was crazy. But now I'm actually taking my time to go more into the Igbo, doing a lot of research anthropologically, media coverages, asking questions about how and where we can do, how better we can do as a people. And that will be, we'll be sharing some of our documentary later. So I'm not going to take much of everybody's time. I appreciate the recognition. And I want to thank Professor Obi and also Professor Ndibe. You guys spoke with a lot of passion. And We4We TV, we have massive coverage, and we've been getting a lot of messages on here. People asking about the professors with sexy gray and all that.
All right. I'm glad Gray is sexy these days.
Tell them we are married.
Hasikwana, my great grandfather knew 45. Wow, I'm not that greedy.
Again, a lot of they say you guys are making being Igbo sexy, and one of the girls, they didn't know you could speak Igbo, but anyway. And then Professor Nwakanma, your suggestion about Igbo Union, amazing, great, and I believe we can work on that, because that will help us as a people to start to build something different from what's been out there already, because each and every group that's out there, like our sister Ada Jemba mentioned, it's a lot of groups out there. So it gets to a point where we start to converge them. It's been so divergent, and each of those groups trying to survive, and part of the survival most times is just talking about the next group or talking down on them. But with union, we can do a lot better. And I'm going to stop here. We can talk about some other things later. Yeah,
Humphrey. Okay, Minnie.
Bikono, Chalono, Farmer Chokodi Mankwa, Acham.
Mazi, you will talk. You will talk. We cannot be disorderly here. You will talk.
Okay,
you will talk when you are recognized.
Okay, but Kembaga recognized
because you will be recognized.
Let him talk, Charlie, please.
No, not now. Not now, Obi. Not now. We can't do that. Because okay, Minnie, go ahead.
God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Igwe and Nkem, Onumarah. Thank you, everybody. And please, everybody, check out We4WeReports.com. Every day. Check
Thank you.
That's
okay. Thank you, Mofaya. Because okay, Minnie, are you on the line?
Unmute your phone again. On mute. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Biko asim ka m were oge a kene Ikemba Chief Charley Chikezie. Charley bụ what I call one-man army. And wekwa oge a kene onye dịka Chief Nkem Onumarah. Maka onye na lead this Igbo Solidarity group since ebidolie. Charley bo kind of serves as a patron, and more like if I gam on there. Then I took one can Professor Obi Nwakanma. 1 year ago for exchange some write-ups na just about 2 days ago, Dr. Professor Okey Ndibe, I'm a go your this thing. In fact, I'm a constant admirer na your column again on the song. So I'm making no. Eventually, you couldn't, but the problem now but that time where proliferation of Igbo organizations. Now, enwe Ohaneze, enwe Kwenche, enwe Igbo Solidarity movement. Mwekwande ozo ma IPOP. This situation I know now, ani makande herdsmen infiltrating Igbo land. Enwe Zoom conference today within the week. I think now one thing I got from that conference, but that now any raise a fund to support Ndenono. But does not appear to me as if now any kind of unification amongst the various groups. So when I say this question of forming Igbo Union. Yes, I'm a name Igbo Union before the war. But situation at the time I formed that Igbo Union before the war, I brought the situation right now. I think it would be very difficult to begin to form anything like that. Now, like establishing Igbo Union schools in the north, in the west, and the part of the east. So, more than I hear that now, if I got them, I will the organization should be in place right now. Ebe the Lower Niger Congress na pursue if I diplomatic means of achieving our objectives. Arab warfare may assign duties to various groups so that we'll all be in the same sync instead of group at the end we don't achieve anything. You know, if age work about this conference the week we made today, but because of this issue of Fulani herdsmen infiltrating parts of Igbo land, you know. So, and all that no among maybe this emergency conference calling with today. So, this thing should be ongoing. When I figure that now, my understanding of the way the Yoruba is more organized, now, NMA politics, the Yoruba gets involved. After politics, they take it to their various churches. So it's ongoing. But Nkanye and draw like that. No, if you say like if I am one way case you win solution to this Fulani infiltration of the East. MSC it dies. We don't and we continue. So now onwe kagesi we made this thing and ongoing and again to bring all the various organizations in the Igbo form cannot do in one in sync. Pursue one common objective. That is my question.
Okay. Your question be related directly to what I had proposed, and so I would answer it. Okay, you might chime in if you think I'm getting off of the chart. I do not mind what to call a proliferation of Igbo organizations. Okay, if you understand Igbo organizational systems, you cannot have a single organization. And there are two dimensions of authority in Igbo. There is Ama and there is Ezi. Look, Ndibo ma that you can you have to every Igbo one opinion. If you get into a room And 250 million Igbo, 250 Igbo on a single issue, there will be 250 different opinions. You must acknowledge that. So let the Igbo form as many organizations as they want. But you're right in one particular instance, which is this, that those organizations must speak to direct Igbo concerns. If IPOB is speaking about secession, the Igbo must have agreed to secession, or they would have had direct input by a larger Igbo consular process to talk about secession. But nobody has discussed secession in Igbo. All we know is that this organization comes up and says, we are trying to secede. But have you discussed with Igbo? That's where the problem lies. You need to always touch base with Igbo. Whatever organization you choose to call yourself, go first and get a mandate from Igbo. This is crucial. So where do you get that mandate? We say Igbo organization is actually the simplest that you can ever think about. The structure of Igbo organization is in place already. Our town unions, our elected town governments has always been the way the Igbo have organized themselves since the era of the Umunna system. Let's use that template. Everybody may be Zibia. If my town meets your town and we come to that convergence called the Igbo Union, which is a total organization of the Igbo network of towns who have agreed to create a union. Anyway, conference, they said the August conference of the Igbo Union, as in when the Igbos, this is what the Igbo grassroots has said we should do. It's discussed in the various conference committees and it is given to the right, council authorities in the Igbo Union, and it is agreed and a policy is shaped, and I see Ndibe Ekwela, and it's circulated right down to the Igbo grassroots. You have a greater way of organizing, this trajectory that we're talking about. But without that, because we are not organized. Why we talk about organization is that there has to be some source of authority, and that authority must flow from the ground up, not from the up down. And that's why I'm saying to create an Igbo union, you must get together all the Igbo town unions to sit down and say, yes, we have created a union with a charter, and this is the charter of the Igbo. And we agree that in the Igbo could go. Everybody else can do whatever they want, but once the Igbo union talks, it flows from the grassroots and it is telegraphed to the grassroots, where whatever anybody else says will be immaterial. That's this organization that I have in mind, and that's hopefully what will solve that problem that we've just raised. Am I in the water?
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Absolutely. Thank you, Prof. Okay. Ubo actually recognize there's somebody important here that he has been patiently waiting. The first deputy mayor of first deputy mayor of the city of Newark in New Jersey, on this conference call, Honorable Ugochukwu Nwokoro. Honorable Nwokoro.
Yes, sir.
No, welcome. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ndị Igbo ibe m, ndị nwe na ndị nwe m udo dịkwara unu. Nke ekelela m obere mma too much nyere ha maka ihe a mega taa. In fact, I have from another conference call because we be by 8 o'clock. So I my whole shiketa. So I should make Anthony Charles Chikezie chief. My brothers Igwe Nkem Onumarah, I'm more fire than those. Because I have Ugochukwu Nwokoro, I'm onye mbiri Imo State. So ihe m chọrọ ikwu biko o nwere ihe Dr. Nwozuzu Emmanuel Nwozuzu kwuru. M ga-achọkwasị biko ka tụlee lela ihe ahụ anya. Or say, how do we address our current crisis, the presence of Fulani herdsmen in Igbo, for whom are they just herdsmen, the Fulanis? And then our professor, the young professor Nwakanma, about the disconnect between the generation Lorogo and the generation, the younger ones now. More women not in between the two. So I'm having my work. So because calculating how the very important, but my own thing now, because I'm like the problems I were, the obvious problems I were Igbo, but without offering solution. How do we address those things? So come to you to a here, which I think, from my own opinion, would the genesis of our current problem in Igbo, which is us, allowing the forces, Choroka and Nigeria, to systematically destroy the economic structure of Igbo.
Absolutely.
What do I mean by that? And I can write and present a paper on this, but let me just summarize because of the absence of time. They destroy the economic structure of Igbo, which is that structure growing up when you get to secondary school. Go Ibanyana University. Go Ibanyana technical to some money. You got technical school, Moraka. All the use are busy. My head at all. You got about on nature. Gabo 4 years. So every Igbo youth, they very busy, engaged. And we get all this kidnapping, there were no nuisance or any type of menace from Igbo youth. And then he's watching Igbo in those days. All a vendor, old vendor, that's a and but the moment they destroyed the economic structure of Igbo, you know about the Bakassi and how Bakassi transformed to thugs, political thugs, and then after the election, they became here under Nsugwana Kosona. So until we address that issue, get back to that economic structure of Igbo, I'm going to go. So Professor Nwakanma, you talked about the ranching. The ranching we can do now, we can actually start this thing now. It doesn't take a lot. It's the experience and expertise of somebody like Dr. Wozu. We can jump on it. In our bushes, our forests, because when we have them there, we can begin to identify those lands and begin to do ranching. Now, these lands for ourselves, each state, when they can. So that is one thing. Then the other thing I remember, when I made election in Anambra State, IPOB members came to my office, to give them some type of endorsement and recognize a courtesy visit. And they wanted me to give an endorsement. Unfortunately, I could not because of the obvious reason, my allegiance to the United States government as a sitting deputy mayor. So I could not interfere with the political or internal affairs of a foreign nation, quote unquote, which is Nigeria. So when I said that, then I told them, so Professor Nwakanma also touched it. Referendum will not work in Igbo, because they will rig it, everything. So I told them to not boycott that election that time. That what we need in Igbo, economic cessation.
Absolutely.
Once we secure ourselves economically, nothing stops us from building a bakery or a poultry in Igbo, the eggs and the bread, na Lagos, Abuja, and all those places. We can do that. We've made the mistake already developing other parts of Nigeria. But we can start recuperating our dividends, our profits. They develop Igbo, where it's secure. The goods or the finished products and all the other parts of. In those days, people used to come from other West African countries to buy from Aba and Onitsha. We can do all that, and it will help us. So I told them what they needed to do was not to boycott, but use the system to our advantage. By then, IPOB was very popular. And I told them all you needed to do was to identify a candidate that is sympathetic to the cause. Rally your members and supporters around that candidate. I even used somebody like Osita Chidoka, he was running then. I gave them that example. Rally behind him. He is sympathetic to your cause. And because you are at the apex of your popularity in Nigeria, before they were even proscribed. So I'm saying any candidate you support, we must win na Anambra election. And that will give you a platform to operate. And in Mechaya, this last election in the Southeast, you will replicate the same thing. And if you go another, using the system to secure here and for referendum. Unfortunately, they didn't listen to that. And what happened. So we as Ndibe, we must be cognizant of when opportunities come. Then leave our egos. When opportunity comes, when the opportunity comes, we grab it, you know? So we have to grab the opportunity. So we miss that opportunity then. So another question, I'm sorry, what will be the essence of establishing the Igbo Union when we have Ohaneze? Isn't it better for us to strengthen Ohaneze and to get Ohaneze work the way we want it to work than starting off another? Because that's the problem I know will surface one. So I'm thinking it's not about the whether a new organization or establishing a Igbo Union. So I would think maybe we look at Ohaneze and try to see how we can, reorganize Ohaneze and then begin to function with Ohaneze. Because again, Professor Ndibe used to write with you as Sahara reporters, all those things. Professor Nwakanma, I've heard a lot of good things about you. And let's continue this talk. All very important.
Thank you. Okay, let me quickly get in on. I was not in the week meeting today. But the way I sort of framed the conversation, Bona, Ndibo are the quintessential citizens of that space that we call Nigeria. Because of our dispersal throughout Nigeria, actually, I often tell my Igbo compatriots that the Igbo argument should be anchored on justice, on fairness, on equity, because Odilende Kaduna Moya Adilende Igbo ma because Ndibo Juna Kaduna, Odilende Sokoto ma Oya Adilende Igbo ma because Ndiba Juna Sokoto. Alụbụ ụzọ na Nigeria siluo n'ugwu Hausa mana silukwuo n'ala Igbo, silukwuo ndị Yoruba. Ebe ọbụla alụlụ ụzọ ndị be anyị ga-benefit.
Yes.
Enwe security na all over Nigeria, ọ ga-adịla anyị mma. So ndị Igbo should actually and if I na-eme, but I suppose it be maybe more strategically. I na-ekwu na onwe ife anyị chọọ. Onwe onye ọzọ enwere na Nigeria si nyekwu anyị si anyị nwa. An advocate sinyekwuo ndị Nasarawa ma ọ bụ na fe nwere. Sinye anyị nke anyị na ụlọ anyị ma sinyekwuo ndị Nasarawa ma ọ bụ na ndị Nasarawa enwere. That way, na ndị be anyị ju na Nasarawa, ndị be anyị ju all over the place. Wabụla na nkata ha na-afa akpa na ndị Fulani na-abịa be anyị. There were two ways of looking at it. All the disturbing, precisely because a na-ejidefa na boss at the time, the government decreed na amanwezi interstate transportation. So that's why it's disturbing, right? But otherwise, until I bo a separate country called Biafra, and we're from the Fulani na Biafra land, and we can declare na pabo hostile elements. We should not necessarily get there, and we should not disturbed. Or if I ga na-ekwupụta openly. Maka ndị be anyị jụrụ ugwu Hausa. So ndị Hausa nwere ike ibido kwubekwa na ndị be anyị na-abịa befa na ndị be anyị na-eje Kano na-eje Sokoto. Ọ dị ka ndị be anyị bịafụ oge ụfọdụ sị na ndị Hausa na-achọ ịlụ mosque na Owerri. Mụ nwere problem with it. Maka ndị be anyị nwee ụlọ ụka na n'ugwu Hausa gasị. Ife anyị ga na-ekwu bụ anyị nwee a system ga-abụ na onye ugwu commit a crime na ọ ga-adị held to account. So anyị ga-asị na anyị chọọ law and order. So ọ bụ na anyị na-aba mba not na ndị Fulani na-abata be anyị, but na-arapụ some people ka efe some people ji na-akpaghalị oge gọọmenti na-ama mkpaghalịzi across country. That's actually the point we should be making, because onye Fulani bụ onye Nigeria. Ani Igbo today bụ part of Nigeria. The same way mụnwa nwee ike ebim na Lagos tupu mbịaba ebe a, amụ mụnwa na Yola, enwe ndị be anyị ju all over the place. Ejego m Kaduna, ebigo m Kaduna and so on. The same way si wee jee Kaduna, onye Fulani si Kaduna nwee ike decide bịa Amụọbịa n'obodo Mbilu. Okay? Mana ife anyị ga-eme bụ ọbịa bil n'obodo afọ, ọ bụ na the government otu Buhari si wee chọọ eme na anyị create cattle zones. Ewelani. Anyị sịfa mba na ndị be anyị nọkwa n'ugwu Hausa, mana gọọmenti enyere anyị ana n'ugwu Hausa, na onye be anyị lụọ nọ n'ugwu Hausa na ọ na-ego ego, o jekwuru ndị nwaanyị golu. So ọ bụ na Buhari asị na ya abịa wele ana Igbo nye ndị be fa, sị ya mba, ọma mmenwe. Mana ọ bụ na a private businessman bụ onye ugwu abịa nwee indọstrị ọ chọrọ iweta na be anyị, ma na ọ chọrọ ịzụ cattle na ndị be anyị achọrọ ibido mmebe cattle, ọ sị na ya chọọ anị, ọkpa wete ndị nwaanyị ka enye anị, mụ nwa nwere any nsogbu with it. So anyị na-akpa ịdị ife a maka ọfịa nwere ntị. Ị na-akpa ịdị ife a, ndị anyị na-afa na-eme ka anyị wee malụ power. Fa nwere ike tinyesie ndị na-ege ntị, fa na-aza afa ndị be anyị, fa na-ege ntị n'ife anyị na-ekwu. So ka anyị malụ otu anyị si akpa the thing. Ọ na-worry m only maka na emechiri ụzọ ndị a na-enubata. And ọ bụrụ enwe ndị Hausa, by the way, and that which is another point I need to I suppose I kwuru initially about a strike strategic alliances, right? And more in my lab, exemplify that. Obi Nwakanma, amụm n'ugwu Hausa, as I said, amụm na Yola. Edego m ije unu Google and internet ngafu a piece in there, my Biafran eyes, right? Oge a na-egbu ndị be anyị na Yola, my father na-alụ na post office na Jimeta. Ozinago mụ na anyị na my mother na ụmụaka ịnọfa nwe then nke ọdụdụ amụrụ ya during the war. Welu ofu mbọsị ndị mob wee luta na post office. My father and the other postal workers were barricaded onwefa in. The mob bido kutube ụzọ. At the nick of time, the Lamido of Adamawa happened to be passing. A work was a full mob. If again, MFC and only some Yamiri is non patch or each de Kapabua. The man were Balfamba, dismiss ever. Then we do my father and the other postal workers, most of them in the bang, wage away for sanctuary in his palace for 3 weeks until things calmed down. Then he personally took them to the banks of River Benue. My mother unwrapped from him. So for weeks, and she presumed him dead. Luofumbas, my father, nata na banye. So again, no, this how I wrote about it. One woman, onye bemunye me use service. Well, one saying that Emaya kana na Lamido kana on the more alone oga anwugo. So in 2008, a year to pour one incidentally. He was 89 at the time. Weje Yola, for the first time since Aibola, also in 1966. Weje Yola were for the man. Wesia Nebo Oye Fulani, Bolo a Muslim. Cake is where feeling all your duty is save. Namna Nandiozo. The man was him that is as a true Muslim, that it was his duty to make sure that innocent blood was not spilled. So I know can I got an way. That's where you would for the bear and apple ya see, anafa apple we di an apple or the key for mwaka. Wunyem bo onye Yoruba. Okay, Wunyem bo nwa Prof. Swafunwa. Prof. Swafunwa one day man or the close to Zik. Very, very close. In fact, I'll be America go rather than Britain because I admire Zeke and Zeke go to America. Or when not Zeke will with and Soka on I go on our cousin and Soka Bobido. He set up the Department of Education.
Incidentally,
Prof. Safafun, my father-in-law. Oh, Gaga Nebido or Junior man Zeke had to force him. Zeke, you say Anaba. You understand? So when I one day somebody bomb on your bang. Money and boss him na the Yoruba the dangerous na they are trust and we say then none in danger na mono fuke na alaro o was mo mba na ụfọdụ n'ime fa na aba ezigbo mmadụ we say as opposed to ndị baa niile na aba ezigbo mmadụ so anyị na-afa akpa ka anyị malụ na ọ dị mkpa anyị na-enwe strategic mụ na Shoyinka dị close my latest book dị on Shoyinka mana Achebe dutere m here mụ na Achebe dị close ọnwụkwa but mụ na Shoyinka have been close. So it's na Amazon for my latest book on Shoyinka. Shoyinka make him so much, but forgetting Melum, Shoyinka stood on principle during the war and declared the Ndibe to be genocide. And declared the same thing in the interview. I interviewed him, traveled with him to Nsukka, traveled with him to Makodi on the road, did a 6-hour interview with him, which the transcript of it is the second part of my book. So I know as Ndibe, we should actually be proclaiming justice. So instead of seeing Ndibe, I see care nkokwa kolo everybody. Maka be olo everybody. I want to get to kind of Igbo. Ketekwa nke enyelu ndị ọzọ maka anyị nọ ebe niile.
Okay, Joku, no, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Myself, we're in the same boat. I'm married 40 years. Prof, to Yoruba woman.
Yes, yes.
Obi's good friend.
Yes,
yes, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. It is absolutely true. As most people know, I'm my father's best friend.
Was a Yoruba
man. No. My father's best friend was a Yoruba man. Okay, and in fact, Dr. Bembe and his wife used to say, Dr. Bembe used to call me her husband when I was a child, and I thought I was actually her husband. Mom, no,
you were right.
Mom, no, now, okay, but okay, you are absolutely correct. Look, even when we do take a historical view of this, part of the ways Ejemwe partnership would through selective intermarriage. Ndị Igbo ga-alụ ụmụ emir. And you don't need to fight you don't need to fight a war. you know, and this is part of the ways that these things happen. It is like that through time. It's immaterial. And it is true. And even then, Igbo culture is based on offer justice. Nkem were nkegi. Do not cheat anybody. This is true. That's what we should be doing. But you see, the problem is that a lot of the kids are mutata, are Igbo. So how bad they don't understand that most people also don't realize this. The man who won the 1959 election wasn't Nnamdi Azikiwe. He had his nationwide vote. The NCNC won 1.something million votes across the country. The next party following it was the MPC, had 500-something thousand votes. And the Action Group had 500. So in terms of the number of votes, in terms of the most powerful party in that country, the NCNC was the most powerful party in that country. But this is a different question. But how did they do it? It's the Zik method, alliance building. There are many northern Fulani Christians who are more connected to the Igbo than they are connected to the Fulani. But many of them bear Muslim names, and you tie them in the same boat. Many of these people are actually friends to the Igbo. We must cultivate alliances. This is the
Yes.
sum total of this question. We cannot tar everybody in the knot with the same brush. Our contention with the North is those who want to use power as a means of subjugating the Igbo. Ndibe si, ke Nigeria koma ma, and it is true. We are in Kaduna, we are in Abuja, we are in Sokoto, we are in Kano. The most populous area in Kano, the Sabongeri areas, are owned by the Igbo, not the old city. So we need to also know how to create our diplomatic relationships with other people. It is vital because diplomacy is part of security. It is important that we learn to do it. But again, the bottom line is, how do we organize the Igbo? In the past, we used to send people like Mbadiwe in the north to go and negotiate for us. Mbadiwe was our contact in the north. We don't have an Mbadiwe anymore. We have not built the Mbadiwes. The man who could have done it, Ojuzo Kalu, is ignorant. They have, so our problem is, A, we have not produced, we have not groomed, and this is crucial, we have not groomed the kind of Igbo that will create these kinds of strategic alliances that Okey has unbundled for us.
Yeah.
And we need to do that. It is imperative. It is part of our future. It's part of our security. And it's part of the dialogue we must have with our own people. They will.
Thank you.
Ndewo. Ndewo no.
Daalụ.
Daalụ. Aha m bụ Ngozi Ka Njoku, calling in from Dallas, Texas. It's quite an opportunity I have today to listen to the great minds online. Ndewo no.
Ndewo.
Daalụ.
Okey, Ndibe, Obi, and Charley. Chikezie. I'm from Ngwa with Charley Chikezie.
That's correct.
So I got the information and I stayed back and I said, I'm going to hear you guys out. Okay. I do have a lot of interest in Igbo affairs. Listening to you guys today talk about this Igbo Solidarity movement, I am so excited. I am so interested. But one thing is this. Over the years, we formed so many associations. Actually, I am the founder of Igbo, Massachusetts. We have almost 300 members. We are the only women organization that have not broken. I started the organization by myself in 2010. I was the first association to disalign myself from Nigeria because that's the only way I could grow, because at the time. So one thing I noticed with the organization is when you form women, when you bring women together, when you have nothing to give to them, after they buy their uniform and do their inauguration, they're going to break. You have to have something ongoing for them to do.
Okay.
So when we formed, I took one uniform, I refused all the other uniform. I put in activities, and so I'm very active with Igbo Organization of Massachusetts. I'm very active in, some of you have seen me in all other activities. But one thing I noted from listening to all of you is that one thing I had written about it. I said, this group appears to represent the population of people who have the first-hand experience, the education, the knowledge, and they have continued interest in Igbo affairs. So you guys could be the intellectual part of Igbo and drag the whole association together. The Igbo organizations here, they are still waiting. The reason you see them stalling is because they have no more agenda than parties and chairman. If you bring in ideas, some of the things I hear you guys sharing today, you guys can share it at this level, but you tag them along. We can go get them along. We can go do the legwork. I'm interested in New York. I'm interested in Washington, D.C. I just sit quietly and, bring all of them I've done work, representing the Igbos at the UN. I've done such works, so we can go bring them along. And maybe if things work out, this is where I could be of help to you guys. But to form a new association, Igbo Solidarity, that stands on its own, people might reject it. I'm not saying they will. I said they might. It might be a bigger problem. We have to go from the ground root, bring the women bring the men. Bring all, because in Boston, what I did was I grabbed all the women. I used to go to parties and the men are like, Ngozi, here is my wife. I want her to be a member, your member. So I recently relocated to Dallas, Texas, and I still fly back to Boston to do their stuff. And it's kind of, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
Sure. And also take your women along. I listened to so much grammar today that I started taking notes. But you guys have to take your women along, and you guys have to take along people, because the average, from my experience, the average one of us do not reason at the level that you guys are presenting today. I hope you understand that. That is going to take 10 more of such sections to bring the average Nigerian, even in PhD, doesn't even matter, to play along. They don't understand the civil war, just like Obi said. We did not kind of, what's the word you use?
Brief.
Yes, right after the Civil War, nobody has had time to tell us what happened. Nobody have had time to tell us why we lost. And I used to write sometimes when I see people write, I said, Biafra did not lose the war. We stopped fighting.
That's true too.
So that's from reading from you guys. I don't have first-hand information. So what I'm trying to say is, if this is what needs to happen, please, one more time, go back, regroup. Don't stand in isolation. Take everybody along. You're gonna go back, grab all Igbo organization, feed them with the kind of information you have today. They don't have it.
All right.
Dalo.
Thank you, Ngo.
Thank you.
Dalo.
Thank you.
There we go.
Adam.
Ndewo.
Ndewo.
Daalụ no. Daalụ ọmụchelụ ka mmadụ zaa question ya ka ọmụ present all my question.
Go ahead now.
Okay. Daalụ no, biko otego nọ na-ege ntị ekene m unu ncha. I'm so impressed by listening to all UNO professors, think tanks, and accolades. I'm really amazed by all the legends and minds that we have in our midst. Because we are pardon no that much, and then I gonna too much into Oyibo since Igbo kanye Igbo. Since anyị na-ekwu maka ihe Igbo, ka anyị sụọ asụsụ anyị, asụsụ na-ejikọ mmadụ ọnụ. Anyị sụba Oyibo, onwe ka ma onye ọzọ si dabata n'ebe a nụnwa, dabata na forum a, ọ ya na-awọnda kedu ihe ndị a ndị ha bụ, mana asụsụ anyị a ga-eme na ọgwụdo onye Yoruba nwa bata na forum anya, ọ ga-amara ife anyị na-akọ, oles ma ọ nwezikwa ka o si anụ Igbo. Ka m kenegoro onwe m a little bit. Anọ m ka na-ekwu ọtụtụ ndị nọ n'ebe a nụwa professors and ndị nkụzi n'ebe a na-ekwu Nsụka ka ndị ọsọ kene onwe m nwa obele. Afa m bụ James JJ. Abụ m nwa prọfesọ Ogbudimkpa na Nsụka. Anụgo m ọtụtụ ndị na-asị Nsụka. Anọ m ka ekwuru ma Adamanwa Adichie.
afọ ihe nji mara ya bụ Ngozi Adichie. Nekwa klaasị m, nekwa oche m na skuul, nekwa oche Ngozi Adichie.
Biko gbuo ya nka biko.
Yeah, we are at 11 o'clock.
Okay, sorry. So ihe nche ịjụ ọsịsọ bụ anụrụ m enweghị m watchgo ma documentary otu ọgụ Biafra si wee malite. So ihe nsi ịjụ ama m na before ọgụ Biafra ndị Igbo nọ n'ọtụtụ ebe dịka Kano, Kaduna ma ọsịrị ya. Kedụzi ihe melụ nọ na enwe ife a na-akpọ brain drain. Brain drain bụ ife melụ na anyị ncha nọrọ na America. It's almost like a crafted system na America dolo the greatest minds and capable and ndị gụrụ akwụkwọ out of Africa in general. So looking at Igbo anyị again, if I na-eme kịta anụnwa as a result of almost a form of brain drain. Ihe n'anya ndị ọgbọ m niile gbadaba. Amụbara m mgbe Biafra, mana ndị ọgbọ niile gbadaba. Ịda na ịgụcha akwụkwọ ma ndị ma Ada Ngozi na-ekwu ma ha nche niile, ịda na ha si ka mụ gaa Lagos ma Abuja ma ọ ka hapụ out of Nigeria in general. Nobody nọ n'ala Igbo. So ihe alụ niile anyị na-akpa now, we don't even have the outreach or even the accolades. Even mana Nsụka ahụ nọ gụọ akwụkwọ, ndị ọ bụ ha that can even an outreach to carry things out. Ha nọrọ n'ala Igbo ahụ. Ọnya mekwu na also na business niile enwe onye na-enwe business. Ọnya me na business ahụ anyị nwere business n'ala Igbo. Na mistake was done after one ka anyị notice okay na part of it was na anyị nọ na part of the agitation and the anger bụ na anyị nọ na ndị ọzọ. Ka anyị mecha ihe anyị achọpụta ka ihe kpatakwa till today na onye Igbo kata ma finding a way ka anyị build Igbo be anyị up, which will bring in that economy and everything. Anyị ewele ego anyị niile ahụ.
Obudimpa, carry your question. We gotta move on. Ask your question.
So my question bụ kedu ife anyị ga-eme ka anyị kpọchiata nya bụ bring that economic power na Igbo. And secondary, nya bụ generational reach. Kedu ihe anyị esi ka isi wee mee ka anyị wee reach out to that next generation, because enwe ife a na-akpọ that separate generation is already separating. Ụfọdụ ndị dị below 40s and 30s, ihe anyị na-akọ na they have no idea. Afrom ka ọkacha anyị nwa nọ na diaspora anụnwa ga-esi wee na-akpala alụ for ndị nọ na Nigeria. Is there a way that we can actually reach ndị nọ to at least nso? Because o nwere onye nọ na America ebe anụnwa ga anyị tinyekodo ego nwa ma emere ihe ọ mmadụ ga-ebu nye bụ egbe or even ma ọ bụgodi to carry any plan out or allo. Okay. Have to be on ground. So how can we accomplish some of this stuff?
Thank you. Okay, and we're gonna move on. Let's move on.
Okay, let me talk about. It's a very important question actually that he raised about the brain drain. Again, the brain drain has a particular historical moment. If you remember, it was when the military, especially Babangida, was in power, and his policies in stripping universities of their autonomy, in controlling areas of intellectual inquiry that were permitted, in going after those they called disgruntled elements within universities and so on, that a lot of our best intellectuals began to leave the system. This, that process had been on before then, but it accelerated greatly when Babangida was in office. The military, by its nature, is particularly hostile to intellectuals, because the military is all about action. It's the Okonkwo impulse, as opposed to the Unoka impulse, Unoka, the thinker, the artist. Or Bierika, who is actually, if you like, the more balanced, who is both a man of action, but also somebody whose actions are mediated by thought. So we have the crisis that we have today. Now, talking about an idea that I had proposed initially, which is, and I had not just proposed it for the Southeastern states, I had actually proposed it for Nigeria. So the US has the Fulbright program that sends American intellectuals around the world either to do research or to teach. Nothing has stopped Nigerian governments over the years to say, okay, we lost all this brain to Europe and America and to Asia. Can we have a whether you call it an Okey or a Musa or a Shegu fellowship to bring back Nigerian surgeons, Nigerian doctors, Nigerian engineers, Nigerian professors, artists back to do 1 or 2 year stints at Nigerian universities. But if we narrow it down to the area that we are concerned with today, again, this is one area where the 5 or 6 or 7 states could collaborate, create a fund to bring some of our best experts, right, to come back and give, to teach. I know that I went to Nigeria, my wife and I, in 2001, 2002 as Fulbright scholars. We ended up teaching at the University of Lagos because no university, Nsukka, I think, was the only university in the East that was eligible for Fulbright, but we couldn't interest anybody because you have to get a letter of invitation from the host university. We couldn't interest anybody at Nsukka to invite us. Obi and I have been talking over the years about going home to give, and one would want to do it. So is it possible to begin to identify those of our people who have the resources that instead of throwing spectacles to show that they have money or buying Rolls Royces in all kinds of colors, that they set up funds and they say, I mean, because some of them went to universities and so on, if they would say, we're going to put down $1 million to bring in intellectuals, scientists, other academics who are now living abroad, in other words, part of the brain drain, to come back and spend, whether it's 6 months or a year or 2, to begin to give the benefit of their education to our young men and women. Because indeed, the cultural crisis, which we have talked about, is profound. When I was teaching at Unilag, I found out that there was something called sorting, where students now bribe professors for grades or offer their bodies when they are women. And a professor at the University of Lagos actually was telling me that's what we do, that the students are not serious. So I said, are you serious? He said, oh yeah, the students are not serious. So we sleep with them and we get money from them. And I arrived in my first day of class and I told my students, I said, listen, I'm going to make the study of literature exciting for you, but I want you to work with me. I said, I don't take bribes, I don't accept your bribes, and I don't accept your bodies. You got to work hard. And I stuck to that policy throughout my stay at the University of Lagos. My reputation then was that I was wicked. Okay, so students were saying, this man is wicked. He doesn't do any more than, and so on and so forth. So we have to begin to change the culture. And by the way, I found out that parents were giving their kids in universities money with which to bribe their lecturers and professors for money. Chikezie,
yes.
Will I? So
No.
Anyway, so that's where I'm going to leave it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. But Charlie, can I just,
Oh, you must.
Okay. Okay, as you know, we've talked about this a lot, but for one practical possibility, I mean, look at the young Wampa, professor in computer science, you said?
Information technology.
Information technology.
He can help us crack into any computer, right?
I might have to talk to him privately because I need to get Okey Ndibe's details. I don't need that. All right. But seriously, we've talked about, every society where there are sites of knowledge, where they come back and think. Nsukka is ours for all kinds of historical reasons. We can tomorrow sit down, synergize with whoever is at Nsukka, the leadership of the university, and create what I call the Nsukka Summer
Program.
Institute. Summer Institute. Our kids here who do summer, who go to all kinds of places, can spend a summer at Nsukka doing Igbo immersion programs. Many of us can stay in Nsukka for the summer, go to some of the small cottages that should be built, and teach summer programs, programs for graduate students, rebuild the intellectual culture of that university, so that Nsukka can become a place where any Igbo who has skills of any sort can return during summer for the Summer Institute. And it is an annual thing, and there's an exchange between the kids who are there, and they are interacting with the other kids who are there, and you create a new culture. That's as simple as that. You don't only have to do it if you can expand it beyond Nsukka to Nnamdi Azikiwe, to Futo, and to the state universities. And you have a new structure of the again, you begin to transfer this. Now, transfer. Much of what we do in the academy is to lure in the condition of convergence that stimulates and stirs production, economic and cultural. Money follows a well-organized cultural system. That's the most important thing. And in Nsukka Summer Institute is very easy to organize. We can create. I've talked to Dr. Kabam about this. All you alums of Nsukka, Dr. Moses and the rest. The University of Nigeria and Nsukka should have an Nsukka Foundation. You have the richest alums of the Nigerian University are Nsukka boys and girls. They are the most. They have the kind of wealth that can transform that university into a first-class world university, and they have the resources to lure the best people into that university and to sit down with the leadership of the university to say, we want this to happen. And that can happen. You can have an alumni fund that can then say, we are inviting the Nnamdi Azikiwe Foundational visiting professor, the Ninjoku professor in the sciences, the Okibo. You can do anything you want. It's the imagination and it's the will to do it. But you need to sit down, synergize with the leadership, synergize with Igbo. There are so many Igbo intellectuals in the diaspora who can add value and begin to reignite. I use the word to reignite the values of that society by what we call synergy. All you need is that small space that attracts them, and we can do this. So it's something that Nsukka can do between its alum, the university, and the Igbo. Propelling it. It's a very easy thing to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, it
No,
makes
Prof.
sense. It
Onye
makes
ọzọ
sense.
Chidebere ihe ukwu mere.
Chidebere Nwankwo, Chidebere ihe ukwu mere. Chidebere Nwankwo. No. Is Chidebere Nwankwo there?
Chidebere ihe ukwu mere.
There's Chukwudi Nwankwo after him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because and after these two, can we gotta wrap this thing up?
Yeah, that's it. That's all we have.
Nah, I hope we let you for me. I've been raising my hand. I hope we let you for me.
Yeah, because it's 11, almost 11:30. At some point, we can have this thing,
Well, including he was here for a long
Okay,
time.
we will absolutely. But go ahead, my brother, and because keep it brief. Keep it brief.
Yeah, they want to be kind of ajụjụ na everybody nkenke aha Chidebere ihe ukwu mere. Ahụ m onye nso ahụ na Pennsylvania na make mmadụ dum at least onye mahụ na dia Professor Okey Ndibe bụ ọbịa ndị Igbo ọnwa ajụjụ mmadụ jụ ya jụ this meeting, this association or action oriented in nature can mega something about the features of Ndi Igbo. He may develop Igbo in future based on what is going on here. Then I just want to do but I won't do police money when we win the 10 day and check. And I hear Kuban and there was some and they have Batalana Igbo. Then I don't with Diana and Yewella because when got swag to another police. I'm moving in Banal. I'm of 1975. I was staying that one of the things that left me to survive within the SRS and the judiciary. And I make sure that most of them depend, the old band, not in there. What made me pick the fought for me. Then my question now, this association, what Igbo Congress, do we have the data of Igbos not into military or into police who can give a vital information on how to escape through more than work? Then finally, any association, namely youth of our age, I don't see it succeed in nature because for them cannot matter about our talk idea here. So imagine now, how do this association plan to carry people on our age limit along this thing? They won't. I'm happy to take time.
Okay, Charlie, you have a chance to answer questions about the board so that we will let me clear. Then I used to be there was a man called Mr. Hukume who was my housemaster. Well, who was my master at the government college Umuahia.
Okay, Hukume,
yes.
It was my history master too.
Yes, he taught us history. He used to say, "It is not glory, it is glory." You know, but you know, Hukume, the point is this: your question cannot be answered in the public. That's something you must pay attention to. You see, when the Igbo non a military, when they non a police, you want to give information. It seems to be a. And then what would you do with it? You know, these are questions that you don't even want to ask because it changes. Oh, I can't depend. Then they say, "Man, we have for epe. Okay, you find a way to get into that place. Don't okay, the Igbo cannot answer this question. And by the way, I wouldn't associate publicly with any of that question because what I understand that this association does, the Igbo Solidarity Association does, is to get people to begin to discuss. It's important to discuss. Every time we do this, we create convergence. It is not always important to create conditions of force or fight. Okey has given the example of Okonkwo, Nobierika, sometimes Mutaka. Yeah, it is when we have teased out all these questions, we can then now go by Izu, and then we can tease out the structures of the solutions that you're talking about. We can't talk about Igbo solutions in this kind of environment because that's not our charge. Our charge is to raise problems. Okay.
Thank you. Now let's go to Chukwudi Nwankwo, then Pascal Babi, and we round up. Chukwudi Nwankwo, are you there? Biko, thank you very much, my brother, and thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Ekenekwa mụ na otu nnusu wee wepụta nzukọ anụnwa mana o nwere ife njọ ka m kwuo ife niile a na-eme na-ebido na politics. A ga-adọ ndọrọ ọchịchị onye na-achị ala anụnwa Amerịka nọ na ya n'ọnwa 11 nke a na-aba. Ị na-anya ifu na ndị Juu heri nne n'obodo a ma ije n'ebe isi ọchịchị obodo ahụ dị na Washington. Egopụta mmadụ 10, mmadụ 2 bụ ndị Juu. Onwe iwu ọbụla a ga-eme n'ala nọ, a ga-eme ya ka ọ ghara imegide ha. Ihe m ji ekwuru ihe a bụ na anyị ma ihe rinne ndị ugwu tigbuo anyị n'afọ na-abọ. Ndị amaghị ihe nọ na South Sudan, ndị alakụba niile nọ n'ụwa na-anụsa ha ọgụ, ha anụ ọgụ afọ 30 nwetebe ha. Ndị prọfesọ anyị nọ na mahadum ha achọpụtago ihe mere ndị a ji wee wepụta onwe ha, ma ndị Igbo mụ ihe anyị ewepụtara onwe anyị. Ndị prọfesọ nọ na mahadum achọpụtago ihe ndị East Timor ji wee weta onwe ha, anyị enwetaghị onwe anyị. Ndị prọfesọ nọ na mahadum ha achọpụtago ihe mere na Biafra, anyị ji wee ghara imeri ọgụ anụwa. Maka ihe mere na Erika o, onye isi anyị onweghị ihe o dere wee nwụọ. Onwe otu a ga-esi wee mee ihe ọzọ, onwe ya ma ebe a ga-esi wee bido. So ihe na-achọ ikwunu bụ na anyị ga-enwe ihe a na-akpọ Political Action Committee. Ọ bụrụ na Igbo Solidarity a ka a ga-eji ebido ama ndị nọ na nzukọ anụnwa si depụta aha, mụnwa aga m etinye $1,000 n'ime ihe ahụ. Achọpụta ndebe anyị $1,000 nọ n'obodo a, anyị wepụta $1,000, anyị ga-ewere $1,000,000. Ọ bụrụ na Trump ga-emeri, na-ega enyi ya, ama m na isi adịcha ya mma, ma anyị gwa ya nekwa ihe anyị chọrọ. Ọ bụrụ na kedu ahụ nke ọzọ Biden, anyị agaghị onwe ihe anyị ga-ebido nọ ewere ndị be anyị na-ezu oshi nne o, ama ndị adịghị ezu oshi. Ihe a na-ekwe ka ofu onye buru ya gagoro moto rụọ nwaanyị ha, ama ndị a ga-akpụpụta. Ọ bụ asị na a na-enwe ebe a ga-erikọ ọṅụkọ, onye ọbụla ewere ego nke anyị bidoro ifọm any Political Action Committee, ewere ego nekwe nọ ibe ndị Igbo, ebe ahụ ka anyị ga-esi wee bido wee mebe ihe niile anyị na-ekwu na ma ọ na anyị enwetara ana onwe ihe anyị ga-arụ.
Thank you.
Ọ nwe ihe a na-akpọ exclusive and concurrent list na Constitution Nigeria. Onwe anyị nwere Constitution nọ ihe ndị Alakụba dere bunye anyị si na Constitution. Mana nwebere okwu maka nchọ ka m kwuo si bido, ọ bụ na anyị dị na-ewepụta ego ebe ọbụla ije, ndị Juu na-ewepụta ego were nke ha tinye n'ọkwa city council anywhere, ebe ọbụla ije ịgbanwe National Public Radio, onwe ụbọchị a ga-ekwu okwu ghara ikwu ụta esikwa eme Holocaust nke anyị ọchịcha ka egburu.
Thank you. Yeah, because okay, Ikuchana. Yeah, okay, thank you. Because okay, and Obi, one of you take it on.
Obi, I nominate you.
All right. Well, since I think it's important, Yoku, and it's all part of what I've always talked about. The Ndibe must, okay, Ndibe must chew gum and walk at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, political action formed the necessary, but let's then not reinvent the wheel. Let us then make and the juicy moment organize. Nani ndị Igbo wundi ibiara bin fam. All the immigrant communities that I know, be in clusters, spend money in clusters, create value in clusters. We don't have that yet. Igbo people know in the same city and they live in various places. We need to create community. We need to create common cause. We need to create organizations. That's when political action committees and ID. See, we already have, okay, the semblance of this in this society, but all the important that, you know, Ndibo, there, man, look, onwe onye Jew amụ na they spend 5 years in Israel as a soldier. And when, you know, and when a bridge between the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, and the homeland. And they have a way of creating that synergy between where they live and where they come from. And in Igbo, where that idea long term. So let's look at what the Jews have done, learn a bit from them, see how we can organize our overall just Biden. So the way Osiputaka aga ebido, but I can go first. And to go, you must organize. That comes to that very basic point. You must organize. To ego sindibo to utundibo. Matter amake sa tu tundibo. Amak ebedo area, amandi ji ego ndibo. Maybe may invest. We have capacity. Let's use it. They will.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Pascal Obabi, go ahead. Obabi.
Fine. I think Ifeanyi was.
No, it's Pascal Obabi. He was.
I think Pascal may just have left. And
okay, then go to Ifeanyi then.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Wake your mute phone again.
Okay, Ndewono, Igbo be waking the Namno. And I'm very happy. As a matter of fact, hey, the first group, it could go something about amongst every other group. Professor Okey, Ndibe, and Professor Obi, in Rika Amaka. So I want to say thank you very much. Especially Ebasa, you know, strategizing and partnership. Na Lagos. Eba kan kwanto weja na Owerri. My father only chọtara ọnụ na net then we onye Yoruba. So nke asị jide onye ọbụla mgbu mba otoro ya anya, you know. So one thing nche ikwu jụọ ajụjụ is this. I know these 350 these things. Onye ọbụla na agbakacha ka eje nnọmọgụ ka achụpụ ndị a nke a. Anyị nwee factual data na ndị bịa na-eme nke a ka most of those things are propaganda. Ka guys decide nke propaganda na nke eziokwu, and how do we also go into the fact-finding mission. So can we kọwara the younger people so they don't do things in error? Because I'm that otego ndị Hausa, some of them 4th generations amụ na Igbo. You know, ọbụrụ today ka bido na house nama and house there. Obuze no within the next past 3, 4, 5 years. Kebidozri, nebusazi people and all those things. So and another thing, no put lectures here and all those things. Maybe summer lectures, talks, symposiums and all those things. I think Professor Obi, but about anyway, Onya, Tafa Belowa, Sadona of Sokoto speech and all those things. So KK is way be there and Igbo. From grassroots to anything, Komaka na Mata, Ebai Sibido, Nebai na Kwaneje, and even the reinvigoration of this town union, the Omona cluster, which was the main administrative aim of Ndibo, the pre-colonial British Igbo administration, from Omona, the kindred level. You know, when Ebido, Ebaka na Abisu, then Abiaze in the town union, Ebidoze and developmental project, Ebido from Omona level. So KKS will do all these things so that in Kobune we begin to implement it gradually. Because in water enable so many things, when you have too many ideas, imagine Ki Ebidoze from. But in way one, implemented that one, another one. A main can implement or talk another one. So I enjoy the
Thank you. No. Yeah. Professor Ndibe.
Let me begin with the second question. we have a lot of organizations, and we're speaking under the Igbo Solidarity movement aegis. We have the World Igbo Congress and a bunch of other ones. If we recognize that the absolute importance of power economy, of knowledge economy, sorry, then we have the resources both within Nigeria as well as in the diaspora, the global diaspora, to begin to raise funds. But I guess the first step is sensitization, you know, for us to recognize this widening gap between the young men and women who are going through schools in Nigeria now, and ourselves, some of us who are very fortunate to have very sound education in Nigeria. Nigerian schools used to be
top notch.
Top notch, you see. So if we recognize it, we can actually source funds from Ford Foundation, all kinds of international foundations, right? If you started an Echinua Achebe lecture series at Nsukka, and you went to Ford Foundation, they might be interested in that. You know, there's Mokugo Koye, some of our unsung heroes, you see. Mokugo Koye, a man who was self-educated and who could write and pronounce on issues across several disciplines. Then Nnamdi Azikiwe lectures, and I know that some years ago there was such a lecture series at UNIZIC. You know, I don't know the health of that series, lecture series. Akanu Ibiam, you know, MI Para, because unless we connect our current generation with that history of vision and grandeur that some of our forebears represented, we actually are losing a huge game that we should be able to play. So the other question that was asked by, I believe, Ifeanyi, has to do with the figures that are bandied about Fulani infiltration and so on. There is no question that kidnapping and assault and so on have become far too rampant in Nigeria, and it's not limited to, it's not restricted to Igbo land. It's a problem that is Nigeria wide, and part of it is that Nigeria is a failed state. We have to confront that reality. My worry is that in the days of internet, where somebody can get something that happened in the Congo and post it and say, this is what happened today, you know, because sometimes you get videos of people who have been decapitated and they tell you that it just happened today in Mpo Junction. These people were killed today. And then you investigate a little bit and you find that this is violence that happened in Uganda, that happened in the Congo, and people. So I'm not saying that these things are not happening, but we should be careful. And they will be talked about. There are certain questions that actually we have to raise with great circumspection. We can't, I would never question the right of a Muslim in Igbo land to build a mosque if they get somebody who will give them a land, just as there are Igbo Christians, Yoruba Christians in Sokoto and elsewhere who have built churches, you know. So if we begin to say, hey, they're building a mosque, they would burn down your buildings, your own churches and so on. So we must, as Igbo, the central thing is that the questions we have to ask is a question of equity and fairness. If there are people who are coming illicitly to Igbo land, we must insist that the government stop it. Just like we should actually insist that if we have criminals and we know that they are going to the north to commit crimes, we should actually report them. You know, we shouldn't say these are Igbo people. We should be committed to a certain ethical ethos, ethical imperative, and so on. So if all of these questions ultimately are the questions of a state, of a nation that has not achieved itself, that has not articulated itself well, and it is along those lines that I think ultimately that we can address some of those issues that bother us.
Okay, and just to add to this, okay, the problem is that we do not know.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know because we have no means of knowing. No society anywhere in the world. Igbo is a nation. It's not just, people call Igbo the Igbo tribe. Igbo is a huge nation. Igbo is bigger than Ireland. The two islands put together. Igbo is as large as Great Britain, right? Yeah? Igbo is a nation of people. We can't be dealing with Igbo issues as though we are dealing with,
village
issue. Igbo is a construct. It's a nation. It could, if it's independent, and it is actually independent, because it is a supranational state within a state. That's how we should begin to conceive Igbo land. Now, the problem is that we don't have the structures and the infrastructure to determine power. There is no intelligence gathering mechanism. There is no deployment capacity. There is no construct for conceptualizing Igbo policies and principles. And people talk about the fact that there are all kinds of people infiltrating the East. Yes, there are people infiltrating the East. We know this. Even the Nigerian security services have said there are bandits who are using the cover of this situation too. We know that the Sahel region is in a crisis. Look, with the wars in Libya, with the Janjaweeds in displacement, with the Boko Haram run from Chad, where do you think they're going to come to? They're going to move southwards, and they're going to regroup, and they already are. We do not need to belabor the point. We know this. The question before us is, how do we deal with it? And I have no idea, frankly. It is not something an individual can talk about just like that. We need to discuss, and we need to discuss it at the critical places, not on WhatsApp or on Zoom. Okay, that's one. Two, if you look at the world, if you don't have two things, you're in a mess. The media and the banking system. There is no bank in Igbo land. There's no bank with an operational headquarters anywhere in Igbo land. If young men want to do business, they have to go to Lagos. Yeah? And they go to Igbo now in those banks. And we don't have an operational system, an operational bank with an operational system in the East. That's the meaning of economic colonialism. Second, there is no presence of the means of dissemination called media. There is no major newspaper in the East. We need to rebuild the Igbo capacity to shape public opinion, to contest public opinion. Now, you may not know this. Tinubu is coming out to contest for power. The Yoruba are going to contest for power based on Tinubu's ambition. Where do you think his strength is? Where do you think he's going to play the card? Tinubu invested very strategically in the newspapers and in the media. And they are going to wallop us if we don't balance that narrative. We need a major media outlet or major media outlets, an eastern media corridor shaped from the east that will balance a story. Actually, says there must be a balance of stories. People are not yet ready to balance story because whatever we do, if our people, if people tell our children, "Oh, you lost the war because your people fled," it will be in the papers that they will read it. But if the Igbo papers say, "No, you did not lose this war, you fought heroically," your children will begin to think of themselves as heroes, not as cowards. Okay? So you need a balance of stories, and you need the means or the instrument to balance the story, and people don't have them. So let's begin yesterday to invest the public trust and Igbo Media Foundation to begin to build Igbo newspapers, Igbo broadcast network, and Igbo television network to balance the story and give Igbo a fighting chance to deal with either this whole question of infiltration or this access, this contest for power. That's all I got to say on this.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah, Nkem, go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. I think we're going to call it a day. I think it's.
Yeah, let me say something before we do.
Yeah.
This.
Could I make a quick point?
Please.
Just quick.
Yeah, she return a set to go in because.
No, there's no more comments. Gentlemen, and ladies, there is something that we must do, and that is to remain grateful to an audience that made itself captive for this participation to flow. We've been almost 6 hours on this conference, and there is a part of it that begins to amount to abuse. If you don't recognize that when people give you this amount of time of the years to listen to you, and you must exercise some good judgment in recognizing and respecting that. Because I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody that logged in tonight. This is a very qualitative event. One thing I promise you, and the Igbo Solidarity Movement promises you, is that this is a work in progress. Professor Chebe says until the lion tells his own side of the story, the tale of the hunt will always glorify the hunter.
All right.
We have two of the best brains in academia on this platform tonight, and for them to give me that deference on their invitation to participate on this thing, gentlemen, I salute you and I love you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody that called in here tonight, and then when I keep going and checking the participant list. People like Ichion Uchekwa is still on this line. Adeje Jemba is still here.
Wow.
Charlie Moka is still here. And this is not something that you take for granted. And everybody else, quite frankly. But there is somebody, Biko, that I must recognize tonight. Our brother Okey Achebe, I know when I recognize people who made this thing work. Okey has been at this thing with myself and Nkem all day. We started around 9-10 o'clock today to do mic check and also the music background and everything. Okay, are you there?
Just continue. Maybe he will.
Okay.
No. I think those Zugike.
Yeah, but he's acknowledged.
Okay.
He's acknowledged, and he was the one that played the background music and everything. So, gentlemen, we love you very much. We are indebted to you. This is a continuing progress. As a bonye become awachi.
Amen.
I want to be in America. I got wachi here as much as we can, and nobody really knows where the salvation for Ndibe will come from. Maybe it will come from here. We'll begin to address some of the issues. These issues that have been raised here tonight are definitely issues that are going to be on the subsequent programs of Igbo Solidarity Movement, including how to begin to elect our own leaders. And Ugon Okro talked about how he advised Pop to do what they needed to do. But the truth of the matter is that you don't know what IPOP's program is. Maybe that's not even what they want to do. So he got control with part of and so we must elect our leaders in the Igbo state houses. The Igbo, the capacity to shape public opinion, as Obi said, have our Igbo media and all those things. Those things are definitely going to be issues that we will further explore. Having said that, gentlemen, it's almost midnight, and that will make it exactly 6 hours that we have been here. I salute you all. Adeje Jemba, are you still there?
Yes,
she's there.
No, she's still there.
Okay,
She told me she's been up since 7 a.m. In California, in LA.
with Chineke spiritually. Then
Okay.
we will close with the Igbo, one of these Igbo motivational songs. And I got go yago.
Oh my God.
No, so bad again. We will do that. Go ahead, Adeje Jemba.
Adeje Jemba.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Our Father and our God, we thank you for the time we spent deliberating and brainstorming on how to make our Igbo land a better place to be and safer. Lord, we pray and hand over Igbo land, Biafra, whatever we call it, Biafra unto your hand, Lord Jehovah. We ask for you to guide us, guide our leaders. We have all these leaders. Everybody's passionate. Lord, let everything we decide today be a springboard for real action that will be measurable, not just we meeting here and talking and talking and talking. Lord, put in us the love to put our money where our mouth is, that when we are called upon to donate or to do the needful, that we'll do it without grumbling or fault finding. Lord, bind us together as one. As tonight, let your spirit be with us. Give us good sleep. And may we wake up tomorrow better and refreshed. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, because let's do the okay. Because before we log off, let's do the Enyi Biafra song. Because Enyi Biafra le oh Enyi Biafra la Enyi.
Enyi
Biafra le oh Enyi Biafra la Enyi. No respond to one on the beacon.
You can unmute your phones and
okay. Go ahead. Enyi Biafra la o Enyi Biafra la Enyi. Chetakwanụ Chumanzọgwụ Enyi Biafra la Enyi. Chetakwa na ọdịmegwu Ojukwu Enyi Biafra la Enyi. Enyi Biafra le o Enyi Biafra la Enyi.
We have a lot of work to do.
Unfortunately,
we have a lot of work to do.
Charles, I don't think Egara gonna Biafra. Let me leave that song.
Go ahead.
But I get then Enyi Biafra la no, Enyi Biafra la, Enyi Biafra la no, Enyi Biafra la. Chetakwana Enugu sector, wana Biafra. Chetakwana Okigwe sector, Chetakwana Chude Soki, Chetakwana Mejekwerike, Enyi alala, enyi alala,
Volume.
No, where would you
Thank you, gentlemen.
Adema,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Charley, thank you.
Okay, my dear.
Kachifono.
Kachifono.
Kachifono. Yes, Dalo, my brother.
Okay, good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Kachifo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Prof, I get
my
one.
brother. I salute you.
I salute you too.
Thank you.
Hey,
all right, Prof. Prof, you see there for South Africa.
Sai.
Yeah, this is good.
We must protect ourselves from all households. But if the Christ is there on evil years, then let us die without a stray of fear.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, my dear.
I'm not sure you button. Huh?
Okay. Okay. Frankie.
Yeah.
Thank you, my brother, for logging in.
Yeah, I continue to get a woman.
Yes, we will.
I'm going to pay again.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Okay. Bye. And the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a full one left.
Absolutely.
Okay,
my dear.
My mother,
don't you worry. My father, don't you worry.
If I happen to die in the battlefield, never mind, we shall meet again. My mother, don't you worry. My father, don't you worry. If I happen to die in the battlefield, never mind, we shall meet
again.
Go and see, and then I'm Agamaga Iya Walaru, Ikamuna Munani, Igwe Meri. Agamaga Iya Walaru, Ikamuna Munani, Igwe Meri. Hebuje. Biafra, do, 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 do. Biafra, do, 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 do. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Aburagu na soja mu iwe iwe. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Biafra mutana muwamu soja bini moya. Aburagu na soja mu iwe iwe. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Biafra mutana muwamu soja bini moya. Amutata wala soja iwe iwe. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Namamutana muwamu soja bini moya. Biafra mutana muwamu soja bini moya. Aburagu na soja mu iwe iwe. The ebullient voice of Okokode of Radio Biafra and other sincere-hearted people all over the world vociferously vented their dislike of the killing of the Biafran children. Russian and Egyptian pilots, under the auspices of the Nigerian military junta, continued their vicious aerial attack on Biafra, dumping powerful bombs into Biafran schools, churches, markets, refugee camps, and hospitals, killing hungry and sick Biafran children. Today, we hear of Armed Forces Remembrance Day, but not even an hour is set aside to remember thousands of Biafran children who died as a result of hunger, orchestrated by the blockade, and as a result of bombs dropped by the fiendish Egyptian and Russian pilots fighting for the Nigerian military. Nagari Nazara, Nachori Sabotra, Ogura Ontario, Buanuga Weti. Nagari Nazara, Nachori Sabotra, Ogura Ontario, Buanuga Weti. Nagari Nazara, Nachori Sabotra, Ogura Ontario, Buanuga Weti.